parallel project, a secret within a secret. We never even learned its official designation. Moscow called it Typhon, the deadliest of the mythical monsters. And who says communists don't have a classical education? He laughed again, as deeply as before. Nielsen said, "And the purpose of this second project was?" His voice was growing a little slurred. Sarbatsky refilled both glasses and said, "Project 192 was defensive, countering our weapons. The ones you knew about, anyway. Typhon was the opposite. It was 100% offensive, literally and figuratively. America was brewing up newer and nastier weapons to attack us with, and all the time pretending to be a passive victim of Soviet hostility." He took another drink. Western hypocrisy in overdrive. "Is there any proof, or is this just the potato juice talking?" "Proof exists. I've seen it. I don't personally have it." "Who does?" "A guy named Spencer Fleming." Sarbatsky took a pen and a pad of paper from a drawer and wrote down an address. "He's a journalist. He has everything, even pictures." "Bullshit. If a journalist had pictures like that, it would have made his career. He'd have sold them for a fortune. They'd have been all over the front pages." Sarbatsky leaned forward and tapped his forehead in an exaggerated imitation of Nielsen's earlier move. He said, "There can't be much interesting stuff in there if you're so naive. He has copies. Your government took the originals. They thought they'd taken everything. And they made it clear there was a jail cell at that so-called secret facility you guys have in Cuba with his name on it, in case any of those pictures ever saw the light of day." Reacher stepped forward and said, "And you know this how?" "We communicate." "You put this Fleming guy onto the story?" "I may have nudged him in the right direction. The truth can be elusive sometimes." Reacher picked up the piece of paper Sarbatsky had written on. "We're going to visit this guy, soon. When we do, will he be expecting us?" Sarbatsky said, "Do I look like I have a crystal ball?" "Remember what I said about this place burning down? If Fleming doesn't faint with surprise when I knock on his door, that's what's going to happen. You're going to be inside when it does. You're going to be wide awake. And you're not going to have a drop of vodka to dull the pain." Veronica Sanson held the lid of the coal hatch open until Roberta had climbed out. Then the sisters stood together and surveyed the area to the west of Neville Pritchard's house. The garage wall was behind them. The street was to their left, but they couldn't see it because of a line of shrubs. They had been planted close together and laid out carefully to look like they happened to have sprung up there naturally on their own. Over the years, they'd grown thick and tight and impenetrable. They formed a perfect screen, impossible to see through. They were standing right there in the open, and yet 1,000 people could walk by and not realize their purpose. It was the same story to their right. There was another set of bushes, sprouting apparently at random, but totally blocking the view from the rest of Pritchard's yard. Someone could be watching the back of the house with binoculars, and they'd still have no idea what was happening in that space. The ground was covered with some kind of short, wiry grass. It was silent to walk on and didn't reach high enough to leave suspicious damp patches on the cuffs of anyone's pants. Ahead was a fence separating Pritchard's property from his neighbor's. It was a standard affair, 6 feet tall, with vertical planks attached to horizontal rails strung between sturdy posts. Veronica and Roberta moved across to take a closer look. At first, the planks looked uniform, but Roberta noticed a set of 5 that had an extra row of nails. She pushed near the top of the central one, and the lower edge of the group swung up and away from the fence frame. It left plenty of room to crawl through. The neighbor's yard was tidy, but plain. It suggested older residents, happy to pay a college student or grandchild to go through the place occasionally and do just enough to stop the trees and shrubs from getting out of hand. Nothing was neglected, but there was no sign of any new planting or recent attempts at cultivation. A house sat on the far side of the lot, away in the distance. Another structure was much closer, a standalone garage. Which was strange. given that all the properties on that street have been built with garages attached. Roberta and Veronica crept closer. There was a window in the side wall. They peered through. There was no vehicle inside. The space looked like it was empty. There was a personnel door next to the window. Roberta took hold of the handle, but Veronica grabbed her arm before she could turn it. "Stop!" Veronica pointed to the top corner of the window. A pair of wires was just visible through a wad of cobwebs, part of a security system. Roberta pulled her arm free. She said,
$1 gets you a dime that it's connected to Pritchard's house. Not the police, not the neighbors. I bet Pritchard built this place. Probably pays rent, or does him some other kind of favor. You can't be certain of that. Only one way to find out.
Roberta pushed on the handle. The door didn't give. It was locked. She turned around, raised her knee, then drove her leg back. Her foot hit the wood, the frame split, and the door swung open. No bells rang. No siren sounded. Not anywhere in their earshot, anyway. Roberta darted inside. She said,
"Come on, we're burning daylight. The watchers will be on their way back."
The garage was just as empty on the inside as it had seemed from the outside. There was no workbench, no tools, nothing hanging on the walls, nothing stacked in the corners, nothing shoved in the rafters. But there were two things dangling from the roof trusses: an electric cable and a hose pipe. The cable was thick, it was heavy gauge, and it had an elaborate cylindrical plug at the end. The hose pipe had a brass connector attached and faint white writing stamped along its length. Roberta turned her head sideways and read it. She said,
"Approved for potable water. This is a hookup for an RV."
Veronica pointed at the floor. 4 tires had left dark traces where the vehicle had been parked. They looked wide and splayed out. She said,
"Right, and it was heavy, carrying a full load. Pritchard was ready to disappear for quite a while."
The sisters went back outside and around to the front of the garage. The vehicle door opened onto a driveway. The other houses they'd seen nearby all had driveways made of gravel. This one was made of compacted dirt. It would be silent to drive on. It sloped down toward the street, and its curve led away from Pritchard's house. A heavy RV could roll down and coast a considerable distance without needing to start its engine. A near-perfect setup for a covert getaway. Roberta said,
"I'm starting to like Neville Pritchard. I like his style."
Veronica said,
"Me too. Shame we'll have to pump him full of LSD and let him loose in rush hour traffic. If we can find him, he could be anywhere. I have an idea about that. We're gonna need a phone. And the yellow pages."
Reacher let Nielsen go down the stairs first. He felt that was a sensible precaution given the quantity of vodka Nielsen had sucked down. He was still moving on his own, but unsteadily. He took each step slowly and kept his palms pressed against the walls on either side. He made it to the bottom without falling. Sergei and the other guy were no longer lying there. That was fortunate. Their tangled limbs and outsized torsos could well have been one obstacle too many. Nielsen fought his way through the curtain, took a moment to catch his balance, and started for the exit. Reacher and Smith followed close behind. The waiter stopped in his tracks when he saw them. He stood and stared with an expression of half shock, half admiration on his face. Nielsen plowed on, weaving between the tables, and the three of them got to the sidewalk unscathed. They walked around the corner to where they'd left the cars. Both had tickets on their windshields. Smith tore them off and dropped them into her purse.
"I'll take care of those,"
she said. Nielsen stumbled past her, heading for his driver's door. He pulled out his keys. Reacher stretched across and took them. "Hey," Nielsen scowled. "I'm fine to drive." Reacher said, "What you think you can do and what you're gonna do are 2 different things. Go around. Get in the other side." Nielsen didn't move. Reacher said, "Or walk. Your choice." Reacher followed Smith's car through the downtown traffic and back to the hotel. She drove fast. He had to work hard to get close to keeping up. She was already parked in her regular spot when he pulled into the lot. He stopped by the hotel entrance and kept the engine running. Smith opened the passenger door, leaned in, and unfastened Nielsen's seatbelt. Nielsen said, "Why are we here? We should be at the office. There's no reason I can't work." Reacher said, "There's no way Baglin won't notice something's up if he calls a meeting. Is that something you want?" Nielsen struggled forward in his seat. "Maybe I'll just spend some time here in my room. Meet at 6 for dinner?" "Sure. Take it easy. And thanks for doing the heavy lifting back there." "Please, you know me. And you know the two best words in the English language. Free alcohol. Not to be confused with the worst two words, alcohol-free." Reacher and Smith took both cars to the task force building in case Nielsen got any bright ideas about trying to drive someplace. They showed their IDs to the guard and parted ways in the corridor. Reacher let himself into his office. 3 new faxes had arrived. He gathered the pages, selected one, and dropped the others onto the desk. He scanned the list of names. Then he squeezed into the chair, picked up the phone, and dialed the number for the chemical corps at Fort McClellan. His call was answered quickly, but he spent the next 20 minutes bouncing from one desk to another, listening to one feeble attempt at stonewalling after another. When he finally hung up, he figured he had accomplished 2 things. He had beaten plenty of bushes. He hoped enough to rattle anyone who knew about Typhon, the offensive counterpart to Project 192, maybe cause a little panic, maybe bring them out into the open. And he had identified a couple of people who had been on the fringes of the work in the 60s and who were big enough assholes that he wouldn't lose sleep if Baglin tried to stick him with some blame if everything went sideways. Reacher tried his brother Joe's number again, and this time his call was answered. "Reacher?" Joe said. "Joe, you okay?" "Fine. You?" "Fine. Listen, I got an update for you. This guy Gary Walsh. Turns out he's using a cover name. He just got through with a spell undercover. A long one. It was rough. He came back with his head bent out of shape a little. Plus, there's a suspicion the group he infiltrated had picked up his trail. I guess he got sent to your task force partly as therapy, partly as a safe haven. Aside from that, I'm hearing he's a solid guy." They shot the breeze for another couple of minutes, mainly about music, then Reacher hung up. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and filled his head with Howlin' Wolf. A pleasant hour passed, and then the music was interrupted by a beeping sound from his pocket. It was his pager. He was being summoned again. Christopher Baglin was already in his place when Reacher walked into the boardroom. Smith got there right after him, before the door had swung all the way shut. Walsh was sitting at the far end of the table, staring out the window, looking like he hadn't moved since the morning. Reacher lowered himself into his seat and said, "No need to wait for Nielsen. He's out sick. He had to go back to the hotel." Baglin frowned. He said, "Names from the 60s? Reacher handed him a page with 2 names. Smith had nothing. Neither did Walsh. Baglin folded Reacher's piece of paper, slid it into his pocket, and said, "Okay, listen up. We've had a major development. The perp showed up this morning at the house of the final scientist, Neville Pritchard. Got past the watchers all the way inside." Reacher said, "So Pritchard's dead?" "No, Pritchard wasn't there. 4 agents were waiting inside in his place." "So was the guy captured? Killed?" "Neither. The agents inside the house attempted to make an arrest but were unsuccessful." "The guy got away?" "Correct." "Did the agents get a good look? Do we have a description?" "A partial. But the big news is that our guy is actually a girl. A woman, not a man. So your new top priority is to recalibrate your search parameters." No one moved. Baglin said, "What are you waiting for? Go!" Smith stood up. Walsh struggled to his feet a moment later. Reacher stayed where he was. The news made no difference to him. It had never occurred to him to exclude women from the equation. Instead of moving, he said, "Question. Pritchard, is he in protective custody?" Baglin hesitated. "Not at present." "So an attempt was made to bring him in?" "It was." "Where's Pritchard now?" "That's not known. He's proving hard to find. Which is our only silver lining right now. The killer didn't know Pritchard was missing, or she wouldn't have come to his house. Therefore, she doesn't know where he is either, which gives us a reprieve. Maybe only a short one. We need to find her before she finds him." and kills him. Chapter 15. Reacher, Smith, and Nielsen met in the hotel lobby at 6 p.m. as agreed. They walked to the same restaurant as before and sat at the same table. Reacher and Smith ordered beer. Nielsen started straight in on the whiskey. "What?" he said when he saw the other's expressions. "You think I should stick to vodka?" Smith cupped her hand to her ear.
What's that I hear? Oh, it's your liver. It thinks you should stick to water.
Reacher and Smith brought Nielsen up to speed on the outcome of the afternoon's meeting while they waited for their food. When it was delivered, Nielsen ordered another drink and said, "Covering up the existence of a secret nerve gas factory is a much stronger motive than keeping antidote testing under wraps. I like that much better. I made some calls this afternoon, shook some trees. We'll see if anything falls out." Reacher said, "I did the same." "This new information about Neville Pritchard means he must be the key to potentially exposing the whole illicit program. That's why he's the only one they tried to take into protective custody. My guess is that he was more spy than scientist. Langley's point man on the ground. Or the chemical corps. Whoever's pulling the strings now must have been in overall charge then. Because he has the most to lose if the lid gets blown off. With public opinion the way it is these days, this could be career-ending stuff. Legacy-destroying." Reacher said, "Whoever's pulling the strings is a cynical bastard. He could have had all the vulnerable guys taken into custody, but he didn't. He was happy to leave the other scientists out there in harm's way, like bait. He tried to use them to catch the killer before she caught up with Pritchard." Nielsen breathed out slowly. "That's cold, man. You can see how this guy got to the top." Smith said,
Right, but what I don't get is this. Look at it from the killer's point of view. If Pritchard is key to revealing the secret, why leave him till last? I'd go after him first, get the info I needed, move on to stage 2, embarrassing the USA, blackmailing the government, whatever. Then I wouldn't need to kill the others. I'd save time, avoid risk.
Nielsen took a large swig and said, "Maybe she deliberately left Pritchard till last to ramp up the tension he was under. She would need him stressed to make him cooperate."
I guess.
Nielsen said, "Or maybe she didn't know all the names up front. She might have had to start at the bottom and work her way up the food chain, getting a new name out of each victim in turn." Smith shrugged.
Possible.
Reacher said, "Maybe she did know all the names, but not which the important one was. It could have been chance that Pritchard was last." Smith shook her head.
Surely he couldn't just randomly be last.
Reacher said, "Sure he could. It's a version of the gambler's fallacy. It's just as likely for Pritchard to be picked last as in any other position. Hitting on his name doesn't get more likely after each failure."
You certain it works that way?
"Absolutely. But that might not be relevant. The murders still feel personal to me. Killing everyone on the list could be the whole point. If she just wants to kill all 7, the order won't matter. And if she knows Pritchard's significance, leaving him till last would make sense because his security is the highest. Right now she's batting 1,000. If she went for Pritchard first, she could have struck out right away." Nielsen said, "Right, but that's academic. Maybe she wants to expose Typhon. Maybe she's just on a homicidal spree. But whether she wants information or to complete her set of corpses, she'll still go after Pritchard. She has to. So we have to find him to stop her and avoid the blame landing on us."
No.
Smith put her empty glass down.
You're missing something. If she wants information, she doesn't need Pritchard. Someone else knows about Typhon. Someone who allegedly has proof, photographs. A second-hand source, but maybe good enough. Maybe better.
Nielsen said, "Fleming, the journalist."
She could change tack. Go after him instead.
If she knows about him.
We know about him, and we've only been involved in this for 2 days. How long has she been researching? She seemed to know plenty about all her other victims.
We'll visit Fleming tomorrow, as soon as Bagland's morning briefing is over. Reacher said, "No, tonight, now. Tomorrow could be too late."
The address Sarbatsky had given them for Fleming turned out to be an abandoned building perched on a narrow strip of land between I-295 and the Potomac. It was 3 stories high, built of strangely orange bricks, and it was a wildly irregular shape. Sections bulged out here and dropped back there in a way that suggested some kind of complex hidden purpose behind the design. The tops of the walls had a series of bites taken out of them like an ancient European castle. All the windows were blocked up with sheets of rusting metal, and the whole place was surrounded by a fence like contractors used to secure construction sites. Smith pulled her car over at the end of the building's driveway. She didn't switch off the headlights or kill the engine. Nielsen was next to her in the front. Reacher was sprawled out in the back. Nielsen said, "Whatever is this place? It looks evil, like an asylum in a horror movie. Maybe Jack Nicholson's in there." Smith said, "I think it is a kind of asylum, or was. An annex of St. Elizabeth's. It closed in the 60s. The main site is still open. It's notorious. It was one of the first psychiatric hospitals in the country. Every bad thing happened there. Electroshock treatment, forced lobotomies, trials of truth serums during the Cold War. All kinds of stuff they can't do anymore. The operation's much smaller now. Rumor is they're going to close it soon, too."
Nielsen said, "It gives me the creeps. Let's go. We're clearly on a wild goose chase. We should buy a can of gas and some matches and pay that prick Sarbatsky another visit." Smith shifted into drive, but before she lifted her foot off the brake, Reacher said, "Wait." He could feel a prickling sensation at the base of his neck, an instinctive response, a signal from his lizard brain, the part that was hardwired to sense when he was being watched, the kind of signal Reacher had learned not to ignore. "We're here. It can't hurt to check." Smith and Nielsen stayed silent. Neither of them moved. Reacher said, "Stay in the car if you like. I'll go."
"No."
Smith turned the ignition key, pulled it out, stretched up and switched off the dome light, then opened her door.
"I'll come. Let's just stick together, okay?"
Nielsen fumbled for his door handle. "Guess I better come too. Keep an eye on you guys."
Reacher led the way around the perimeter of the site on the outside of the fence. He moved slowly. His gaze was constantly switching from the ground in front of him to the sides and top of the building. He was looking for wires or the glint of metal or glass. He saw nothing. It was too dark to make out much detail, but he could almost feel the presence of the hulking structure like it was some kind of giant prehistoric creature, alive but asleep. They completed their circuit without incident and wound up in front of what must have been the asylum's main entrance. A huge portico jutted out from the wall. It was supported by ornate columns, originally to protect new arrivals from the rain or the sun. Reacher checked the join between the nearest sections of the fence. All the others he'd seen were secured with 2 clamps shaped like butterfly wings with a nut and bolt through the center of the body. This one only had a single clamp, and the nut was missing. The bolt was just pushed through its hole. There was nothing to hold it in place. Reacher pointed down at the concrete base that supported the fence's metal posts. One was scuffed. Something had carved a portion of an arc into its rough surface. Reacher popped out the bolt and opened the clamp. He lifted the post. He pushed, and it moved. The clamps holding it to the next section of fence were acting like hinges. And they were silent. They had seen some oil in the recent past. Reacher squeezed through the gap he'd made in the fence and crossed to the portico. Smith and Nielsen followed. He continued to a pair of double doors. They were huge, made of dark wood, shot through with black metal studs and divided into panels covered with intricate carving. The workmanship had been high quality, that was clear, even though now the surface was dull and rough, the result of years of neglect and damp air, Reacher guessed. Nielsen was staring at a padlock that secured one door to the other with a hasp and eye. It was a substantial item, designed to exude strength and discourage wannabe trespassers from wasting their time trying to pick it. But it was old. It was caked in rust. It couldn't have been opened in years. Nielsen shook his head and turned to go. Reacher grabbed his arm and stopped him.
"What are you doing?" Nielsen whispered. "This is a waste of time. That lock sees solid. We'll never get it open. We don't need to, Reacher replied. That's not the way anyone gets in or out. Think about it. You can't work a padlock from the inside. Reacher crouched down and inspected the door's lower panels. The bottom edges were in the worst shape. He figured that was due to rain splatter, so he switched his attention to the next row up. He pressed one of them. It was solid. So was the next one he tried. But the third one gave a tiny bit. He tried its opposite edge, and it swung back, under tension from some kind of spring. It left a gap about 6 inches by 8. Reacher stretched his arm through. The surface was contoured and uneven. More carving, Reacher thought. Then his fingers brushed against something smooth and straight and narrow. A small plank. Reacher pushed and pulled and twisted until it came loose. He dropped it, pulled his arm out, and pressed on the next panel. This time, a whole section swung inward. 9 panels by 9. Like a tiny door within a door. It took a lot of squirming and wriggling and struggling, but Reacher managed to squeeze his body through the hole. He stood up and stepped to the side, sliding his feet and stretching his arms into the empty darkness. Smith joined him, then Nielsen. They all stood still and waited for their night vision to kick in. After a couple of minutes, a few details started to emerge. The floor was covered with black and white tiles. They were submerged under a thick layer of dust. The cornice around the ceiling, high above them, was crusted with dirt and cobwebs. Hunks of plaster were hanging off the walls at random intervals. There was the indistinct outline of a piece of furniture ahead of them, maybe a reception desk. Smith said,
Close your eyes for a second.
Reacher heard rustling, then a click. He opened one eye and saw Smith was holding a slim flashlight. She had pinched the beam down to a narrow shaft and was playing it around the space. A chandelier was hanging from the center of the ceiling. There was a pair of double doors on each side. Ahead was a wall of glass, now obscured by layers of grime. It felt like a grand hotel gone to seed. Reacher could imagine it with uniformed bellhops ferrying fancy luggage and gussied-up guests flitting between dining rooms and ballrooms and the formal gardens that lay outside. Though he knew in reality, living there could hardly have been more different. Being forced to live there. There could have been few worse places in the country, if Smith's recollection was correct. Smith lowered her flashlight beam to the floor. The extra illumination revealed multiple sets of footprints going back and forth along a path through the dust. She started to follow them. Reacher said, "Stop!" He was too late. He had seen a small break in the line of footprints, a narrow patch that hadn't been stepped on. That meant one thing. There was a tripwire above it. Then the flashlight confirmed it. The line was colorless, as fine as a hair. It ran the whole width of the room. And Smith caught it with her right shin. Immediately, the room filled with light from somewhere above them. It wasn't harsh and bright like it would be in the movies. It wasn't enough to blind them, or to blind the guy who stepped out from the doorway on the right. He was maybe 6 feet tall, but he was stooped. His hair was long and gray and thin, and it hung down on either side of his face in no particular style. His skin was pale. His feet were bare. He was wearing jeans with huge bell-bottoms, a bright paisley shirt with a massive collar, and he was holding a shotgun. An old one, a Winchester Model 97. A trench broom, as the infantry in the First World War used to call it. He was aiming it at Smith, but Reacher and Nielsen were so close behind that they would get torn to shreds along with her if the guy pulled the trigger. Chapter 16. The guy with the shotgun said, "Stop! Who are you? Why'd you break into my home?" Reacher drifted to his right. He wanted to put some distance between himself and the others. He kept his eyes on the guy's trigger finger and raised his hands to shoulder height. He said, "We're looking for Spencer Fleming. Is that you?" "Stop moving. What do you want?" "Are you Fleming?" "Who's asking?" "My name's Jack Reacher." "Are you police, FBI, CIA, what?" "U.S. Army." "For real?" "For real. My ID's in my pocket." Reacher started to lower his right hand. "No, stay still. What's the Army doing here? You can't operate on U.S. soil. We're here to help you, if you're Spencer Fleming. The guy didn't reply. Reacher said, "Come on, what's the harm in telling us your name? You're the one with a gun. Are you Fleming?" The guy nodded, just the tiniest of gestures. "Might be." "Then you're in danger. Someone's out to kill you. We're looking to stop that from happening." "Kill me? Impossible. They'd have to find me first. No one knows I live here." "We know." "Yeah." Fleming hitched the shotgun up a little higher. "You do? How come?" "A friend of yours told us. Maxim Sarbatsky." Fleming was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Who?" "Maxim Sarbatsky. He said you were a journalist." "Oh, that guy. Short, skinny, Albanian. Remind me, which arm is his tattoo on?" "He's Russian. We didn't see his arms. And he's not short and skinny. He's huge, like a wrestler." "He goes by a French name now. What is it?" "It's English, or it's supposed to be. Prince Sarb. But I doubt anyone takes it seriously." "Okay." Fleming paused. "Go on. Why does someone want to kill me? And why do you care?" "Because of Project Typhon." "What do you know about that?" "Not enough, which is why we care. It's why we're here. We want you to tell us about it. That will help us stop the person who's coming after you. But if you don't want our help, fine. We'll leave. We won't bother you. We'll just watch for your name in the obituary columns." Fleming didn't respond. Reacher lowered his hands and turned away. "Fine. See ya. But you should know the person we're talking about has already killed 5 people. Fleming said, "Random people?" "Specific people. All scientists who worked on the project." "Then why should I worry? I'm not a scientist. I wasn't on the project." "The killer wants information about Typhon. The only remaining scientist who has it is MIA. The only other person who knows about it is you. Go ahead, do the math." Fleming took a step back. "I'm not leaving this place. I won't run. I won't hide." "Help us and you won't have to." "How do I know this isn't a trap?" "How could it be a trap?" "I've been here 22 years. You know why?" "You have an eccentric taste in decor?" "Because of the piece I wrote about Project 192, in 69 going on 70. I was a reporter back then, a damn good one. The article was dynamite, the best thing I ever did. It was locked and loaded 2 days from going to press. We were all set for a big splash on a Sunday, going for maximum impact. I was walking home from a date, happy, dreaming of promotions and Pulitzers and book deals. I saw a van waiting outside my building, a blue Ford. I thought nothing of it then. I'll never forget it now. And I'll never forget the smell of the hood they pulled over my head. My world went black, and it stayed black for what felt like weeks. It was actually 3 days. First I was in the back of the van, then in a tiny room. I don't know where it was, somewhere cold. The floors and walls were hard concrete. There was no bed, no chair, no toilet. They gave me hardly any water, no food. Then finally a light came on. It hurt my eyes. A guy came in. He stood. I lay on the floor. I couldn't move. He gave me a choice. Hand over all my notes and early drafts and photos and never tell a soul what I knew, or spend the rest of my life in a room like that, in the dark, cold, hungry, alone. And Sarbatsky helped you with the article? He was a source, sure. He thought he was using me, I expect. I thought I was using him. The truth? A bit of both, probably. But I never printed anything that wasn't true. I triple-checked every detail. I wasn't a Soviet asset. I'm no traitor. So you gave this guy in the room what he wanted, then you came here. Damn straight I gave him what he wanted. And I didn't come here right away. I tried to go back to work, but it was no good. The guy said they'd be watching me. If I ever made a nuisance of myself, if I poked my nose where it didn't belong, if I attracted attention in any way, all bets were off. He said they would keep the room ready for me just in case. He said they had already hung a sign on the door with my name on it. I'll be honest, that messed with my head. I couldn't write a story without thinking about how it could be interpreted. Couldn't walk down the street without having a heart attack every time I saw a van parked at the curb. I figured it'd be best to disappear. You think we're here to test you. See if you're ready to make waves again.
In my life, when people show up out of the blue, it's to hurt me, not help me. Why should this time be any different?
What if someone vouched for us? Who? Sarbatsky. You know him. And he's already done his deal with the government. He's got what he wants. There's no mileage for him in selling you out.
Fleming took a moment to think, then said,
Okay, I guess that could work.
Reacher said,
We'll take you to him. You guys talk. We'll bring you right back.
I'm not leaving. I told you that. We'll call him.
How?
Fleming gestured to a door in the glass wall at the far end of the space.
You three go first. Don't try anything.
The door led into a square courtyard. It was totally enclosed by the four sides of the building, except for a vehicle-sized gate that was now barricaded with old tires. Reacher figured the gate had originally been for deliveries, and the space for allowing light into the inner side of the wards. It could also have been a place for patients to exercise. Maybe there'd been gardens and paths and benches, maybe conscientiously maintained. Now there was nothing growing on the ground apart from a few weeds that peeked out from between hunks of rubble. The center of the area was empty. There was nothing against three of the walls apart from graffiti. But against the west wall, there were 3 travel trailers tucked in close to the brickwork. Their skin was aluminum. It was dull then, but Reacher guessed it would have been shiny when they were new. Fleming pointed toward the one on the left. He said, That one's my office. The center one's my living room. The other's where I sleep. He folded back the office trailer's door and latched it open. He leaned in, flicked a switch, and a light came on. He gestured for the others to climb in ahead of him. There was a desk under the window. It was plain and utilitarian with a metal frame and flat wood surfaces. A chair on wheels, which had seen better days. Its fabric was torn in multiple places and stuffing was spilling out in dirty orange clumps. And a leather armchair, which wasn't in much better shape. The rest of the area was stuffed with shelves. They looked homemade. They were crammed with books and files and sheaves of papers and piles of magazines. One wall was covered with things in frames. Diplomas, awards, reprints of articles. And a single picture. It was of Fleming when he was a much younger man. He was thinner and his hair was dark brown. He was on a boat crossing a river in a jungle. It looked like Vietnam. Reacher nodded toward the heap of papers on the desk and said, You still working? Fleming shrugged. He said, I keep busy. I don't write anymore. Not under my own name, that's too risky. But I help a few folks out with things. Research, copy editing, like that. He moved some papers around on the desk, uncovered a phone, and lifted the receiver. Smith said, That thing works? Fleming said, You think I'm going to have a pretend conversation? Of course it works. Everything works. You spend as much time as I did working in some countries I could tell you about. You get pretty good at borrowing things. A little power here, some water there, a bit of dial tone in between. I've got cable hooked up in the other 2 vans. Fleming kept hold of the shotgun, wedged the phone between his shoulder and his chin, and dialed a number from memory. Reacher could hear the slow, lazy ringtone. Then a deep, rumbling voice. He couldn't make out the words. Fleming said, Sorry, man. Yes, I do know what time it is, but this is an emergency. I got 3 guys here who say you sent them. He described Reacher, Smith, and Nielsen, then listened for a few moments. Then he said, Thanks. I'll let you know how it goes. Fleming dropped the receiver back into its cradle and lifted the gun. He braced it against his shoulder, pointed it at Reacher, and said, Sarbatsky doesn't know you. Reacher said, Call him back. Remind him about the fire. I was very specific about where he's going to be when I started. Fleming lowered the gun. A tiny hint of a smile flashed across his face, and he said, Sarbatsky told me if you came back with that, you're okay. So, what do you want to know? Reacher moved closer. He said, Is it true that there was a program running in parallel with Project 192? One that created offensive bioweapons, Project Typhon? Yes, absolutely. Although that name came from the KGB, it was never official. How do you know about it? Research. I was good once, remember? I put in the hard yards, here and in India. I know partly because of the facts I pieced together.
The kind of chemicals that were shipped to the site, the equipment that was used, the protective clothing that was brought in, the precautions that were taken, snippets I picked up from lab techs and cleaners. But mainly because of the bodies. People died? Fleming nodded. Afraid so. They were experimented on? No, there was an accident, a leak, one night in December '69. Reacher said, An accident? Are you sure? Because I hear about an accident, and I know the CIA was involved, and my bullshit meter goes off the scale. No offense, Nielsen. Nielsen said, None taken. I was thinking the same thing. Fleming paused. Let me back up a minute. I'm not explaining this right. The incident that caused the deaths was sabotage. 100%. There's no doubt about it. But it was aimed at Mason Chemical Industries, the civilian corporation that was used to shelter the covert operation. The guy who did it was just a disgruntled employee. Morgan Sanson, he was called. He had no idea Project 192 even existed, let alone a parallel project to produce offensive weapons. He impacted those by accident. So what was his story? It was sad, really. He had all kinds of beefs, you name it. Pay, conditions, not enough vacation days, lack of opportunities for promotion. No one in management would listen to him. There was no union, so he couldn't get any traction as an individual. So he had the genius idea to mess up some equipment, cost the company some money, get attention that way. So one night he switched off the water supply that fed a cooling system. He thought it was something minor. It was actually totally critical to 192 and Typhon. But obviously there were no signs saying so. Nothing in the site manual about it. The increase in temperature caused an overpressurization in a storage tank, which burst, and a bunch of gas leaked out. A lot of people died. Civilians, locals. It wasn't pretty. I was there. I took pictures. How many casualties are we talking about? Fleming held up his finger. This is where it gets interesting. He crossed to one of his shelves and stared at all the stuff piled up there for a second. Then he pulled out a binder, blew some dust off it, leafed through until he found the right page, and handed it to Reacher. Smith and Nielsen closed up on either side, and together all three read the article. It was from the New York Times. Its date was 13th January 1970. The paper was yellow, and it looked thin and fragile inside its protective plastic sleeve. There was a photograph of a woman in a lab coat at the top of the page. Her hair was tied back. She was wearing glasses. She looked young and earnest and pretty. The text that surrounded her picture reflected some of what Fleming had said. It told of a radical employee, vandalism, a gas leak, an experimental disinfectant that would bring major benefits to underprivileged communities as soon as it gained regulatory approval. It mentioned 7 fatalities and stressed that the toll would have been much worse if not for the rapid response from the company's emergency team. A second photograph showed the bodies. They were lying in a field of long grass and flowers. They were dressed in clean, pale-colored clothes. Their faces looked calm, almost serene. It was like they were returning home from a stroll in the countryside and had decided to take a nap in the afternoon sun. Reacher looked at Smith and Nielsen in turn. That was not what he'd expected to read or see. He could tell from their expressions that they were surprised too, and not in a positive way. He felt like the ground had shifted a little beneath his feet. The article told of a tragedy, that was for sure, but it was pretty light on shock value. It didn't establish much of a motive for multiple murders. He could feel their theory begin to wobble. Fleming took the binder and said, That's what appeared in the Times. It's not what I wrote. He took a different binder from the shelf and passed it to Reacher. My piece is in here. Remember, I'm not supposed to have this. I swore I'd handed everything over. You can't tell anyone you've seen it. This binder didn't contain newsprint, just regular letter paper covered with double-spaced typewritten text. It told a story that was similar in some respects. It included a saboteur, a gas leak, dead civilians. But in other ways, it was very different. It involved secret government research, the CIA, nerve agents, a corporation panicking over a potential PR disaster, a cover-up operation. But the most dramatic discrepancy came in terms of the death toll. This version didn't tell of 7 fatalities. It claimed that 1,007 people had lost their lives. Turn the page, Fleming said when he saw from their faces they'd finished reading. But only if you have strong stomachs. The next plastic sleeve held a photograph. It was 10 inches by 8. This one was in color, and it was sharper than the newspaper image. It showed a different kind of field. There were no flowers, no plants, nothing living at all. Just dust and rocks and corpses. It was a wide shot to establish the scope of the scene. It captured a huge expanse, and the whole space was filled with bodies. They were twisted into alien, distorted shapes like the victims had been convulsed in unspeakable agony at the moment of release. Turn again, Fleming said. The next sleeve held another photograph, a close-up of a victim's face. Her eyes were screwed shut. The flesh was pulled tight over her cheekbones. Her mouth was stretched open in an internal scream. Her skin was stained with weird purple blotches. Again. There were 34 more pictures in the binder, all of corpses, some on their own, some entangled, all having clearly perished in hideous pain.
Awful, Smith said. Just awful. I can see why the government was desperate to stop the story getting out. That doesn't justify what they did to you, though.
Thank you. Fleming took the binder back and replaced it on the shelf. Reacher said, I want to know more about the saboteur, this guy Sanson. There's not much else to say. He was a scientist, frustrated at work but content at home by all accounts. He was married. His wife's name was Alicia, I think. They had 4 kids, Robbie, Ronnie, Richie, and what was the other boy's name? Ryan, maybe? What happened to him after the incident? He got crucified in the press. His role didn't come out for a couple of days, but when it did, things got ugly, fast. Even when people believed he only had 7 deaths on his hands. Whether it was the vilification or whether he knew the truth about the numbers and that was too much to bear, I don't know. But 2 weeks later, back in the States, right before Christmas, he killed himself. Reacher said, I hear suicide, the CIA's involved. I know. But there was no company connection. I checked long and hard when I was researching the article. Plus, it would make no sense for the CIA to kill him. They wouldn't have derailed their own project. Maybe he knew the truth about the death toll, but so did I. So did my editor. They didn't kill me, or her. Could he have been KGB?
Smith said, No way. The KGB is loyal to its agents. If one of them had spiked a major U.S. weapons program, they'd have been taken back to Moscow a hero, given a medal, maybe a slightly larger than average apartment with a marginally less depressing view. Sanson still might have killed himself, but not in the States, and not for that reason.
Reacher said, What about the victims? Do we know their IDs? Fleming shook his head. And you'll never find out now. It was too long ago, too far away. It wasn't in the corporation's interest to keep records of them. It certainly wasn't in the CIA's, or the Army's. And the families were all paid off to keep silent, so there's no way in there. What about witnesses? 1,000 is a lot of corpses to hide. Hide? You're thinking like a Westerner. We're talking about a place where famines regularly kill millions of people. Plus a large proportion of the population believe in preordained destiny. And for anyone who was looking to make waves, there was always good old-fashioned hush money. One other thing's bothering me, Reacher said. The woman in the photo in the Times. I didn't see a name. Why does she look familiar? Fleming said, That was a very young Susan Kasluga. It was her first job out of college. Susan Kasluga? As in Charles Stammeron's wife? Reacher said. The Secretary of Defense? Right. Fleming nodded. She came back from India after the incident, quit her job at Mason Chemical, and founded Americhem Incorporated. She grew it into one of the largest companies in the world. She still works there. She's the CEO. Anyone else find that weird? What's weird about it? Reacher said, Stammeron set up the task force to stop Project 192 getting exposed, and now we find his wife was part of it? That's got to be self-interest at the very least. Fleming said, But Kasluga wasn't part of Project 192, or Typhon. She worked for Mason Chemical, which was purely civilian. The government was using the inevitable overlap between weapons development and civilian research to conceal the covert programs they were running. No Mason employees knew anything about the secret work. Look at Sansom, the saboteur. Kasluga's picture was in the paper. She was part of the cover-up. Don't believe everything you read in the papers. I checked her out for the article. Everyone said the same thing. It was the 60s. She was a woman fresh out of college. The closest she'd have gotten to the lab where they did the secret stuff was if they let her in to clean it. If they hadn't needed a pretty face to stick in front of the camera, she wouldn't have gotten a mention. The original version had her take an active role on the emergency team. By the time it went to press, she was just a talking head. She was no more part of Project 192 or Typhon than those bodies in the Times picture were the actual victims. Wait a second, let me show you something else. Fleming went back to his shelves and searched through a pile of manila envelopes. He pulled one from near the bottom, tipped the contents onto his desk, and selected a sheet with a kind of flowchart traced out on it. This is an organizational diagram I made when I was researching another article about a chemical plant in Sri Lanka. It was the same deal as India, a public-facing civilian plant hiding a secret government laboratory. The secret lab had two missions: to develop antidotes to Soviet bioweapons and to create bioweapons of our own. The local point man coordinated both of these, and he reported to a control in the States. There were no leaks or fields full of bodies, so the story got bumped to the back burner by 192 and Typhon. Reacher took the diagram from Fleming and studied it. The names of the scientists were all different, which didn't come as a surprise, but the box representing the head of the program was empty. No name, no rank, no job title. It wasn't going to stay that way for long, Reacher thought. Chapter 17. Reacher's third full day in D.C. started in pretty much the same way as the previous two. He took a shower, dressed, ate a quick breakfast, grabbed an extra cup of coffee to go, and covered the short distance to the task force's office. That day he chose to walk. He hadn't slept well, and he hoped that a little exercise combined with caffeine and what passed for fresh air in the capital would get him going. All night he'd been plagued by a recurring image from something he'd heard about in Fleming's RV. He pictured a guy creeping furtively in the shadow of a complex piece of machinery, shutting off a valve or a faucet, looking to make some kind of a point, not trying to hurt anyone, and waking up to the news that he'd killed 1,000 innocent people. Now, decades later, on the opposite side of the world, 5 more people were dead. It had to be part of the same picture, but something was missing. Reacher was sure of it. He felt like all the elements were there in front of him, but he couldn't quite see some of them, like he was looking at a distant panorama through a blanket of patchy fog. He knew it would clear, and that when it did, the connections would come into focus. There was nothing he could do to speed up the process. He knew that from experience. But that didn't mean he was happy about it. Christopher Bagland started the morning meeting with another announcement. He said, "Listen up. The agents who were involved in yesterday's debacle at Neville Pritchard's house have finally completed their after-action reports now that they're all out of the hospital. One further piece of useful information has emerged. The killer's not working alone. She had a partner or an accomplice, another woman. She drove a stolen UPS truck that deposited the killer outside the house. She then blocked the view of the corresponding watcher while the killer gained entry. We presume she was also involved in the killer's escape. It's not clear at this stage whether she was involved in the other murders, but personally I'd be surprised if she wasn't. The two clearly have a rapport. The exact relationship or dynamic between them is not known. It is still important information, clearly, so you'll need to update your search parameters again. This should help to narrow the field considerably." Reacher said, "Not in the Army's case, unfortunately. There were no female soldiers AWOL within the relevant time frame, so it makes no difference whether we're looking for one or two. And I found no record of any female veterans with relevant experience or training who were related to anyone involved with Project 192 in the 60s, either by blood or marriage." Nielsen said, "Same. We're looking at a dead end from the agency's perspective." No one else spoke up. Bagland said, "Agent Smith?"
"I'm getting no hits for anyone currently on our radar," Smith said. "It's conceivable that there's a sleeper, a pair of sleepers, that we didn't previously know about who've now been activated, Or a pair of clean skins recently infiltrated. But both those scenarios are highly unlikely in my opinion.
Baglin nodded and said, "Walsh, is there any point asking you?" Walsh looked away from the window. He said, "None." Then he turned back and carried on staring into the distance. Baglin said, "Okay, you all know what we're trying to find. Go look. Hard." The time Veronica Sanson spent on the phone proved fruitful. She had started with the premise that Neville Pritchard would have wanted to spend as little time on the road as possible, a basic principle of escape and evasion. Minimize your exposure. She also assumed that given Pritchard's state of readiness, he would have prepared a safe haven in advance. So she called all the RV parks and campsites within a 50-mile radius of his home. That was made easier by the fact he lived so close to the coast. Almost half the potential area was discounted by the ocean. She explained to each person she spoke to that she'd recently moved to Annapolis with her husband and was keen to find a place where they could enjoy regular weekend getaways. They had no kids or dogs, so would prefer somewhere without too many young families. In fact, the more private and secluded, the better. They were experienced RVers, so didn't need a ton of facilities. And they weren't big on change, so if they liked the place, they'd want to make a long-term booking to make sure the same plot was always available to them. 2 places ticked all the boxes. They decided to try the nearer one first. Reacher had been back in his office for less than 10 minutes after the morning meeting finished when there was a knock at his door. It opened before he said anything, and Smith walked in. Close up, she looked pale, and there were dark circles under her eyes. She said,
Reacher, can we talk?
He said, "About what?"
I think we need to tell Baglin what we know. What we learned from Fleming last night.
You do? Why?
The way I see it, our goal hasn't changed. We need to stop the killer, save Pritchard, keep Project 192 a secret. There's no reason to assume the killer's motive has changed. It's still revenge, exposure, maybe both. But what has changed is the subject pool. It's been transformed out of all recognition. We're not talking about a handful of KGB holdouts any longer. Not a few soldiers or spies with relatives who were harmed by the project. No, we're talking about the relatives of 1,000 bereaved families. That could be what? 5,000 people? 10,000?
Could be.
That's way too many. And think of the logistics. We'd need to liaise with the civilian company, Mason Chemical, if it's still in business, and if it keeps records so far back. We'd need cooperation from the Indian government, the Indian Army, too, if we're right about the military training, which we probably are.
Which is another problem. The Indian Army only just started admitting women. No time for our suspects to have gotten trained.
So we'd have to look for families or individuals who emigrated to countries with armies that have accepted women for at least, 5 years? More complication. And then we'd need help from INS to confirm who was in the States at the relevant time. 3 people can't do all that. It's just not possible, especially from thousands of miles away. And when we can't work the way we normally would. The families were paid off, right? Well, we can't follow the money because it was paid by the CIA in a foreign country, so no doubt it was funneled through a bunch of shell companies and cutouts. We'd have more chance of finding Bigfoot.
We could look for the effect the money had. Families that suddenly bought big new houses, that set up businesses flush with cash, or left the village and moved to the city, or abroad.
All good suggestions, but again, all things we can't find out on our own. Which is why we should hand it off to Baglin. We should brief him, then he can make all the approaches and line up the resources.
Makes sense, but there's yet another problem. There's no way to do that without revealing that we know about Typhon, the 1,000 dead, which didn't work out too well for Fleming.
True. And it's not like I want to live in a dark cell or in a bunch of ruins like a rat. But there's a moral obligation here. A man's life is on the line. The reputation of the country as well, potentially.
There was another knock at the door. Nielsen came in. His eyes narrowed when he saw that Smith was already there. He said, "What are you guys talking about?" Reacher said, "Last night. What we learned. What we should do about it." Nielsen said, "What we should do? That's obvious. Pass the buck to Baglin. Let him earn his corn. Look, if we keep doing what we're doing, we'll continue getting what we're getting. In other words, nowhere. Neville Pritchard's gonna turn up dead sooner or later, or word of 192 will leak, or both, and we'll be left sitting here with "blame us" tattooed in our foreheads. I don't know about you, but I don't want that. Reacher said, "Okay, but there's no way to involve Baglin without burning Fleming. Is that what you want to do? Seems like the guy's had enough bad luck for one lifetime." Nielsen shrugged. "I don't want to burn him, no. But hey, omelets, eggs, and look, they might lock him up, I guess, but it's not like he's living like a king now. And as long as the story doesn't go public, I can't believe they'd throw him in the hole." "There might be implications for us, for knowing what we know." "I don't think so. We're professionals, not reporters looking to shout scandal from the rooftops. We know how to handle secrets. We do it all the time."
Smith said, "So, Reacher, what do you think? Do we tell Baglin or not?"
Reacher said, "I think there's another dimension we need to consider before we decide. 1,000 people were killed. Innocent people. Their deaths have been swept under the rug. Feels like there could be a moral obligation here, too. We know what happened. We've seen the pictures. Would it be right to turn a blind eye? It would be right to let sleeping dogs lie. No crime has been committed. No one has profited. Justice has not been cheated. We can't bring the dead back to life. What happened was that sabotage led to an accident. The saboteur is dead. The victims' families have been compensated. So we should focus on the problem in front of us, not on digging up the past, especially when the past is buried in a minefield."
Smith said, "I'm not so sure. I agree with Reacher. We need to think about it more. I mean, what if it wasn't sabotage?"
Nielsen said, "What else could it be? The agency didn't rain on its own parade, you can be sure of that. And it wasn't the KGB, you said so yourself." Reacher said, "It could have been negligence, or corner cutting, or something that was just inherently dangerous. Look at the location they chose. American lives weren't at risk. If it was safe, why didn't they do it in New York or California?"
Smith nodded. "We need more data before we make a decision. We should start with Morgan Sanson's family. He had a wife, 4 kids. What kind of a guy was he? Happy? Depressed? Did he keep a diary? Is it true he was in dispute with the chemical company?"
Reacher said, "Good. Can you make a start on tracking them down? In the meantime, we should talk to Neville Pritchard. If the structure was the same as the site in Sri Lanka that Fleming looked at, Pritchard could have been on point for Typhon as well as 192. He could tell us who his control was in the States." Nielsen said, "Are you forgetting? Pritchard's missing. Then we'll find him." "How?" "I need to see his house, figure out where he went." "You can't. His whole neighborhood will be swarming with agents in case he comes back." "I don't need to physically go there. A satellite photo will be good enough. The CIA has those, right?" "Maybe." "I need you to get a copy of the latest one for the area." Nielsen shrugged. "I can try. I'll need a map, too. Maryland and the surrounding states."
Smith said, "I have one in my car."
Nielsen said, "We're wasting our time. Even if we find him, he won't talk." Reacher said, "Sure he will. If we ask nicely." Roberta and Veronica Sanson figured that a Ford Explorer would fit the bill, the kind of vehicle that outdoorsy people use for towing trailers and carrying bikes and transporting kids and dogs. Versatile, but not flashy. So they stole one, 20 years old or so, from the parking lot at a Walmart 5 miles outside of town. Then they turned north and west and drove for another 30 miles until they found the entrance to the Whispering Pines campsite and backwoods resort. The site covered 100 acres. It was mainly forest, but there were a couple of ponds for fishing, some rocks for scrambling, and plenty of tracks for walking and trails for riding. In the center, there was a cluster of buildings known as the Oasis. There was an office, a store that sold food and basic maintenance items for RVs, a restroom block, and a shower block. Spread out to the east were the full-service RV plots with hookups for power, fresh water, and drainage. Roberta and Veronica ignored those. They were too close together, too near the buildings, which would attract other people. Maybe nosy people. Maybe people with good memories. Instead, they drove around the site looking for remote plots. The more isolated and inaccessible, the better. Any time there was a choice, they took the smaller, less obvious road. After 20 minutes of circling around and crisscrossing back and forth, Veronica spotted a glint of white paint through a distant stand of trees. Roberta continued for a quarter of a mile, then pulled off the road. They jumped down from the Ford and made their way back on foot. They slowed right down as they approached the gap Veronica had glimpsed the vehicle through. They crept close, took a good look. It was definitely a promising candidate. An RV, white with green and brown stripes, a dated angular shape, windows dotted along the side, and a sleeping pod bulging clumsily out over the cab. It was sitting low on its springs, so it was heavy, with tanks full of water, like they were sure Pritchard's would be. They worked their way around through the undergrowth so that they could approach the RV from the front. They figured that Pritchard, or someone else if this wasn't Pritchard's vehicle, would be in the living accommodation in the back, not lurking in the cab. Roberta crept ahead, Veronica followed. They closed in, staying low, placing each foot carefully, steering clear of dead branches and dried up twigs. When they were 10 yards out, they split, with Roberta on the left, Veronica on the right. They covered another 5 yards. Then Roberta stood up and ran straight forward.
No, 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 she yelled. Don't you dare!
She had spotted a hose pipe like the one they'd found in the garage Pritchard had been using in his neighbor's yard. Only this one wasn't attached to a water inlet. It was connected to the RV's tailpipe. It hung down from there, ran along the ground, then went up and in through a neat hole in the bottom corner of the main door. Veronica caught up with her sister. The vehicle's engine wasn't running. Roberta laid her hand on the hood. She shook her head and said, "Stone cold." Then she took off her sweater and wrapped it around her head. She took hold of the door handle and pulled. The door swung open. A faint gray-blue mist drifted out from the interior. Roberta hesitated for a moment, then climbed inside. She found a kitchen area with a tiny sink, a single-burner cooktop, and a mini-fridge, a flimsy table with a bench seat on either side, a narrow door that opened into a basic bathroom, and a couch at the very back of the space. It took up the RV's whole width. Neville Pritchard was sprawled out on it. His eyes were open, unfocused, completely still. Everything in the place was coated with a thin oily film, including Pritchard's skin, which made him look more like a ghost than a man. Roberta jumped down onto the ground outside and broke the news to Veronica. Veronica screamed and stamped her foot. She said,
"This can't be happening. It ruins everything."
She was quiet for a moment, then said,
"Do you think he did it to himself?"
Roberta said,
"No way. No one escapes and then kills themselves. People kill themselves because they can't escape. No, the eighth man did it, to keep his ID secret. There's no other explanation."
Veronica slumped against the side of the RV, then slid down until she was sitting on the ground.
"It was all for nothing. Pritchard's dead, and our only chance of learning the eighth name died with him. Shoot me now."
Roberta gave Veronica's leg a gentle kick.
"It's not for nothing. Not even close. 7 of the assholes are dead. That's all but one of them. We swore we'd make them pay for keeping quiet and letting Dad take the blame. We've done that, in style. And aside from Buck with his cancer, their deaths stink of suicide, reek of it. So it's their family's turn to live with that now. How different would our lives have been if we hadn't had to? If Mom hadn't felt like she had to flee the country? Richard would be alive. Ryan wouldn't be in jail. We wouldn't have had to join the army to escape the madness. We could have done anything we wanted. Plus, I'm not giving up on getting the eighth name, or the money the asshole made out of Dad's misfortune. I have an idea. Maybe there's another person who can help us figure it out." "Who?" "We'll talk about it when we're back on the road. We need to find a phone. Call 911. There's no point Pritchard being dead if no one knows about it."
Chapter 18. It took 2 hours and cost a dozen favors, but Nielsen came through with the satellite photo, or a faxed copy at least, which was the best anyone could hope for in the circumstances. He collected Smith, who had already fetched her map from her car, and together they went back to Reacher's room. Nielsen placed the picture on Reacher's desk and said, I have to duck out for a while. I heard from a buddy. He has information about 192. Something important going back to the 60s. He wouldn't discuss it on the phone. If I'm not back before you wrap up here, I'll see you in the bar.
Smith stood by Reacher's shoulder and tapped the center of the photograph with her finger. She said, "That's Pritchard's house. Does it tell you anything?"
Reacher studied the image for a minute, then said, "If you want to find someone, you have to think like they do. So imagine you live here. You're a little paranoid, worried that hostile agents could come for you in the night. What would you do? You know the house is vulnerable from two directions, the front and the back. There's nothing you can do about that. Attackers could hit the front and watch the back, or they could hit the back and watch the front, or they could hit both simultaneously. So you would create an escape route out of one of the sides. Not the east. It's too exposed, and you have nowhere to go from there. So you'd use the west. Construct some kind of concealed exit leading out of the garage."
"How?"
"Doesn't matter. Lots of ways you could do it. The important point is that it would bring you out here."
Reacher's fingers were too thick, so he pointed at the picture with the tip of his pen.
"You'd be invisible. You'd be screened by the vegetation here and here. And from there you'd have clear access to the fence. It would be easy to rig an unobtrusive way through. Then you'd be in the neighbor's yard. The hard part would be done. And then... What's this?"
He pointed to a small rectangular structure.
"Looks like a shed." "No, it has a driveway. It's a garage."
"All the houses in the subdivision have attached garages. What's an extra one doing there? It's nowhere near the house. Not very convenient. If the neighbors needed more space, why didn't they build an extension? My bet is that Pritchard leased the space and had the garage built. No, I bet he bought the whole property and rented the rest back to the occupants, and uses the extra garage to store a getaway vehicle. See how the driveway sweeps away from his own house? It's way longer than it needs to be. Why pay for that? So that he could coast down to the road almost in silence. No wonder those agents missed him."
"The getaway vehicle will be registered in a false name. You can be sure of that. But what kind will it be? How do we find it?"
"Depends on what his goal is. If he was looking to flee the country, it'll be a car. Something comfortable, nondescript, dependable, with a gas tank big enough to get to an airport or a seaport or even over the border. If that was his plan, he's long gone. We'll never find him. He'll be holed up on a beach someplace in a country with no extradition treaty."
"That doesn't sound promising."
On the other hand, fleeing the jurisdiction is a young man's game. It's stressful, physically demanding. You have to move fast and carry lots of stuff, and airports are natural pinch points. They have security, cops, a limited number of exits. And Pritchard's old. He's retired. The kind of guy who's more likely to use his experience than his muscles. Let his brain do the heavy lifting. I can see him tucked away by a quiet lake somewhere pleasant, fishing, waiting for the fuss to blow over. Or for his buddies to pull enough strings to nix whatever caused the danger. In which case, he'd pick an RV. The garage looks big enough for one.
"The RV gets my vote. So where would he go in it? Could be anywhere in the country. Canada even. Or Mexico. RVs are mobile. That's the whole point of them."
Reacher thought for a moment. He had no experience with RVs, but he figured they would be similar in principle to Army infantry fighting vehicles, designed to provide shelter and mobility. So maybe like a Bradley, but with more home comforts and fewer guns. Able to carry a certain quantity of supplies, water, fuel, and food in a civilian context. But there would be a limit. Pritchard would need the ability to resupply. Reacher assumed specialist facilities existed to meet that kind of need. He took the map from Smith and spread it out next to the photograph. He said, "How fast can an RV go?" Smith shrugged.
"I don't know. 60?
"I figure Pritchard would want to be on the road for less than an hour. So here's what we need to do. Find every place that could supply a vehicle with fresh water within a 40-mile radius of his house. Contact the local cops. Fax them the most up-to-date picture of Pritchard you can get your hands on. Have them send an officer to each potential location and find out if anyone there has seen him. Tell them to be discreet. If they get a confirmed sighting, to report it. Not to make an approach. Pritchard's paranoid. He's in flight mode right now. But that could easily change."
The businesswoman scientist person? Why her?
Veronica Sanson settled back in her seat.
Because she was there.
Roberta shifted into drive and lifted her foot off the brake.
In India? How do you know?
Roberta eased out into a gap in the traffic.
I guess you're too young to remember the press conferences on TV. Her picture was all over the newspapers at the time, too. She was the spokesperson for the chemical company. That was her? I didn't realize. Didn't make the connection. But she was a civilian, not CIA, not Army. How can she help?
Roberta leaned on the gas.
When I was in Pritchard's house, I let the fourth agent cuff me. I put myself at a total disadvantage. So how was I able to send the watchers away? How come he was on the floor unconscious when you arrived? Because he underestimated me. A woman. Men are always underestimating women. And now, what are you doing? Susan Kasluga is smart, capable, resourceful, probably curious and inquisitive, too. She must be to have achieved everything she has. Who knows what she saw over there, what she heard, what dot she was able to privately join. I bet no one bothered to ask, because she's a woman. She was young, and even if she doesn't realize the significance of it, she could have the secret locked away in her brain. We can't call this thing quits until we at least find out. Okay, I see the logic. But how do we get close enough to ask? She's the CEO of a gazillion-dollar corporation. Her husband is the Secretary of Defense. We can't just stroll into her office. We can't just knock on her front door. We'll do what we always do. Watch, wait, and when we see an opportunity, we'll take it.
The phone in the Pentagon rang at 2:27 p.m. Eastern. Not a scheduled time for a call. The guy who answered it listened, hung up, then dialed the number for the study at the rear of Charles Stammeron's home. Stammeron was sitting in his armchair, lost in thought when the jangling sound disturbed him, so it took him several rings to move across the room and pick up. He cleared his throat and said, "What now?" The guy recited the message he had memorized a minute before. "Neville Pritchard is dead. The cause was carbon monoxide poisoning. He was in an RV, and a hose pipe had been attached to its exhaust, presumably by himself, though no note has been found. His body was recovered following an anonymous call to 911. The ME provisionally estimates that he's been deceased for 4 days." Stammeron stood still and held the receiver down by his side for a moment. This wasn't suicide. If Neville Pritchard was going to kill anyone, it would have been the agents who broke into his house, or the women who were gunning for him. Not himself. And something was off with the timeline. If he had been dead for 4 days, he'd have had to be killed the same day as Jeff Brown down in New Orleans. That had been an intricate affair. All decoy phone calls and toad venom. It would have taken time to set up. And it was too far away. The logistics wouldn't work. The ME must have been out with his conclusion. Just by a few hours. Pritchard must have been killed the same night he bolted from his house. The women must have followed him. It's hard to outrun someone in an RV, after all. It must have been the women who spooked him, not the agents he'd sent to bring Pritchard in. But that was a minor wrinkle. The real question was whether Pritchard had talked, whether he had revealed the secret. Probably not, given that the women went on to kill the other scientists. Probably not, which was very different to definitely not. And it would make a kind of sense for them to leave the biggest prize till last. Stammeron raised the handset. He said, 3 things. Find out if there were any signs of torture or coercion on the body when Pritchard's autopsy is done. Stand down the agents at his house, and leave the task force in place. Tell them to redouble their efforts at identifying these women. Stammeron didn't like to waste resources. But if there was a chance a pair of killers was coming for him, it wouldn't hurt to know who they were. Reacher and Smith finished pulling together their list of places where Pritchard could be hiding in his RV. It ran to 2 sheets of paper. Smith tucked them inside her map and started toward the door. Then her pager began to beep. So did Reacher's. His was a semitone lower, and it was a fraction out of sync. Christopher Baglin was standing, looking out of the boardroom window. His back was to the table. Reacher and Smith took their places. Walsh followed them in. Baglin turned and glared at the door. The expression on his face was somewhere between anger and fear. He said, "Is Nielsen joining us?" Reacher said, "He's following up on a lead. Could be out for a while." "Then we'll start without him. I'll keep this brief. Neville Pritchard is dead. He was found in an RV at a campsite 35 miles from his house. A hose pipe had been hooked up to the exhaust."
Smith said, "So our killers are 6 for 6, and the other team is fresh out of hitters. Do we get to go back to our day jobs now?"
Bagland scowled. "You're lucky to have day jobs. You've all been as effective as toupees in a hurricane. So no, not yet. We have a pair of serial killers on the loose. We couldn't stop them, but we can damn well catch them. You know what to do. Go." Walsh raised his hand. A moment of awkward silence followed. Then he said, "I have something." Bagland was halfway out of his seat. He paused, then lowered himself back down. Reacher and Smith exchanged a glance. "I know I haven't made much of a contribution when it comes to identifying suspects, and I feel bad about that. And I was getting bored of the view out of the window, so I did what I do. I went sniffing for money. I did a deep dive into all the victims' affairs. They were all pretty messed up. Poor balance between income and expenses, inconsistent approach to assets and debts. Which is to say, normal. Except for Pritchard. To use a technical term, the guy was loaded." Bagland said, "How loaded?" "Seriously loaded. I can get you the numbers if you want them." "Yes, do that. Where did the money come from?" "That's the second interesting thing. The superficial answer is interest and dividends from a bunch of fairly conservative investments. But that's chicken feed compared to what the original seed money must have looked like. And where that originated, I haven't found out yet." "Okay, good. Keep working on that. See where it leads. Reacher and Smith, get me an ID on our killers." Reacher said, "A question first. Pritchard's body. Did it have any physical injuries? Any sign of electrocution? Any drugs in his system?" "No. Why do you ask?" Reacher shrugged. "What can I say? I have a thirst for knowledge." Smith tore up their list of campgrounds the moment she walked into Reacher's room.
"That'll save the police a heap of trouble," she said. "And Pritchard's dead, too. What do you make of that?"
"Reminds me of the time when I was a kid and my dad got posted to the Philippines. Our quarters were a bit shabby, I guess, so my mom decided to grow potted plants, make the place more homely. Except that one kind she liked kept dying. Whatever she tried to keep them alive, it made no difference. Plant after plant wound up shriveled and thrown in the trash. Getting one to survive became an obsession. Eventually, she came across a book about horticulture in the base library. She looked up the troubleshooting section. It covered the exact problem she was having. It said the cause was too much water or too little water.
"So it's impossible to say what this death means."
Could bring the sky crashing down, could make no difference at all.
"What about Walsh springing to life? I didn't see that coming."
I'm glad, actually. I got a call from my brother. He also works at the Treasury Department. Apparently, Walsh was just undercover. A long stretch. Another of these counterfeiting cases that keep cropping up. It didn't end well. Seems he's suffering from PTSD as a result."
"I didn't realize. Poor guy. I thought he was just a lazy asshole. Let's hope he's turned a corner. But what about all this money he says Pritchard had? Significant, do you think?"
Have you ever investigated anyone, found out they had a secret stash of cash, and it turned out not to be significant? Reacher and Smith stayed at the office until their regular knocking-off time, 10 after 5. Nielsen hadn't come back by then. He wasn't in reception at the hotel when they passed through at 6, and he wasn't waiting for them at the bar when they claimed their usual table. Smith took the seat opposite Reacher at their table, leaned forward with her elbows on its wooden top, and said,
"You're not married, are you, Reacher?"
Reacher smiled. "Me? No. You?" Smith looked away, and right then the server appeared at her side.
"Just the two of you today?"
She said. Reacher said, "For now." He saw a flutter of disappointment cross her face. Her tip was going to be a lot smaller without Nielsen's bar tab to build on.
"Can I get you started with some drinks?"
She said. They ordered beer and their food, as they knew the menu off pat by then, and when the server stepped away, Smith held up her left hand for Reacher to see. She said,
"No ring."
Her statement was true, but Reacher felt like he could make out a slight depression around her finger where one recently could have been. Smith leaned forward again and said,
"Any thoughts for tomorrow? I heard back from my guy who's checking into the Sansons. The wife moved the family to Israel after Morgan's suicide. They didn't fare too well, it seems. One of the boys, Richard, died, a drug overdose. Ryan's in jail for dealing, and there's no trace of Robert or Ronald yet. I told my guy to keep digging."
Their food arrived, and when they were done eating, Reacher said, "What do you make of Susan Kasluga?" Smith shrugged.
"I don't know much about her. Just a few things I've read in the papers."
The server came by to collect their empty plates, and when she was out of earshot, Reacher said, "I keep thinking Kasluga was in India. She might have known Sanson. She might have information that could help us. Then I remember she's married to the Secretary of Defense." A scowl spread across Smith's face.
"I don't see how her husband's job is relevant."
"He ordered up the task force that ties back to some kind of wrongdoing at a chemical plant, and she worked at the plant. I don't like coincidences."
"Sometimes a coincidence is just a coincidence. And anyway, she didn't work at the secret part of the plant. She was with the civilian company, Mason Chemical. And I read a profile on her once. She didn't meet Charles Stammerin until 72. They didn't get married until 75. He was a big noise in the CIA back then. Imagine the security clearance she must have gone through. She's probably the most honest person you could ever meet."
"And why did she lie?"
"When did she lie?"
"In '69. She said 7 people died in that accident. She left out the other 1,000. Smith was quiet for a moment.
"It's only a lie if you know what you're saying isn't true. How would she have known about the real death toll? I doubt the CIA and the Army gave guided tours of the scene. They probably just stuck her in front of the cameras because she was young and pretty and trusted she was naive enough to read out what they told her to read."
"Maybe."
"I think it's a good idea to ask her about Sanson. I think we should do it."
"Let's take..." There was a loud ripping sound from the doorway, then a crash. Nielsen had arrived. He'd gotten tangled up in the plastic sheet that hung from the frame and overbalanced in the course of freeing himself. He stood up, brushed off his crumpled suit, strolled across, and took the seat next to Reacher. He said, "Where's the server? I need whiskey, immediately." Smith said,
"Looks like you've already had plenty of whiskey."
Nielsen tipped his head to the side. "Correct. Had. Past tense. Which is why now I need more."
"Your informant had a thirst on, I guess."
"Not an informant. And no, Frank doesn't drink. This," Nielsen gestured to his loosened tie and a stain on his shirt, "all happened after he left."
"You've been drinking all afternoon?"
"If I'd met him for breakfast, I'd have been drinking all day, so lighten up." Reacher said, "He had bad news?" Nielsen said, "Bad? Huh, such an inadequate little word. Here's what he told me. He said the agency has no record of Project Typhon. Nothing to say it ever existed. It's been buried. That's what they do with time bombs. But he's a thorough guy, Frank. See, I'd asked him who was in charge of it, and when he couldn't answer that, he moved on to what he figured was the next best thing. Who was in charge of the 19X projects? All of them, and all their spin-offs. So, including 192 and Typhon. Care to guess?" Smith shook her head. Reacher said nothing. "Charles Stammerin." Chapter 19. Nielsen got his whiskey, a double. Smith had a glass too, a single with water. Reacher switched to coffee, black with a sidecar of espresso. "There's one tiny silver patch in this cloud," Nielsen said. "The question about whether we dig into Typhon? That's answered. It was the Secretary of Defense's baby. We don't touch it with a 10-million-foot pole." He drained his glass. "Here's another thing that sucks. Our fate is out of our hands. It's down to those killer women now. And Neville Pritchard. If he can disappear, we'll be okay. If they catch him and only want to kill him, we'll be okay. But if they catch him and he blabs, we're screwed. No way is Stammering gonna stand still and take the blame for all those dead bodies. He'll be deflecting left and right. Onto us, or some poor schmuck from the 60s. Wait, that's a good point. We need to give him a schmuck from the 60s. First thing tomorrow, we find one. Or another KGB guy. Smith, got any up your sleeve? Not that you're wearing sleeves, but you know what I mean.
Reacher said, "You might want to order another whiskey."
Of course I do. Wait, why?
Pritchard's dead.
He is? When?
We found out this afternoon.
Did he blab?
That remains to be seen. Nielsen signaled for the server to come over. Smith took a sip of her drink, then said,
"There's one other thing to take away from this. We can forget about talking to Susan Kasluga. She either knows about this or she doesn't. And if she knows, she's not going to say a word. Not with her husband's neck on the block."
Nielsen took exaggerated care navigating the exit from the bar and then stayed a few yards ahead of the others. He was swaying slightly as he walked, but he made it back to the hotel without injuring himself. They all rode up to the second floor together in the elevator. Then they made their way along the corridor. Nielsen in front again, and when they got close to his door, he pulled out his keys and dropped them. Reacher started to lean down to retrieve them, but Nielsen waved him off.
"Go," he said. "It's only a door. I got this."
Smith let herself into her room, and Reacher continued to his. He shrugged off his jacket and put it on a hanger. Then he heard a tap on the door, light but insistent. He turned, checked the peephole, and opened it. Smith was standing in the corridor. She was barefoot. She'd shed her purse. Her key was in one hand. Her gun was in the other. She said,
"My room's been searched. Has yours?"
Reacher gestured for her to come in. He took a look around. His duffel was on the floor beneath the hangers, maybe an inch closer to the door than where he'd left it. His spare clothes were laid out on the second queen bed, maybe not quite as straight. In the bathroom, his toothbrush was standing in the glass by the sink. It was leaning a little, not quite as vertical as it had been. He said, "A couple of things have moved, I guess. But searched? I don't know. Housekeeping could have done it." Smith shook her head.
"Not with me. Things have been disturbed inside my suitcase. That's deliberate."
"You haven't unpacked?"
"I repack every morning. It's SOP for me. I need to leave in a hurry. I grab my bag and go. No time wasted."
Reacher shrugged. He figured there was nothing in his room valuable enough to come back for in a pinch. He said, "You checked with Nielsen?" Smith shook her head.
"I came to you first."
They hurried back out into the corridor, and Reacher tapped on Nielsen's door. There was no answer. He knocked again, a little louder. There was no response. He banged, loud enough that he half expected other guests to come out and yell at him. But still Nielsen did not make a sound.
"What do you think?"
Smith said.
"Passed out?"
Reacher said, "Probably, but we should make sure. I'll get a pass key." Reacher used the stairs both ways and was back outside Nielsen's room a couple of minutes later. He had a key on an extra-large brass fob in his hand. He worked the lock, pushed the door, and saw Nielsen's feet, still in his shoes, sticking out through the bathroom doorway. Reacher moved in closer. Smith followed. Nielsen was face down on the floor. He wasn't moving. His head was by the shower tray. There was a smear of blood on the white porcelain and a neat round puddle on the tiles. It was like Nielsen had rested his cheek on a scarlet dinner plate. Reacher leaned down and pressed 2 fingers against his carotid. He held them there for a full minute. Then he turned to Smith and shook his head.
"Seriously?"
There was fury on Smith's face.
"The same day he finds out who was running a top-secret government program, he falls and winds up dead? How stupid do they think we are?"
She crouched down and brushed a strand of hair away from Nielsen's open, unseeing eye. Her voice was suddenly soft, almost on the edge of breaking.
"You know, this is worse. Stalin was right. The 1,000 deaths in India is just a number next to the body of one person you knew."
Reacher was thinking about something else, about how the killer must have been waiting in the room when they said goodnight to Nielsen. Goodbye, as it turned out. About how he was going to find whoever sent that person. And when he did, how they were going to get more than a tap on the head. Reacher and Smith moved out of the bathroom and closed the door to the corridor. They didn't want any onlookers gathering around. Reacher said, "How are your acting skills?" Smith said,
Not great. Why?
"It's time to sharpen 'em up. We need to play dumb. Do everything by the book. Make sure whoever had Nielsen killed thinks his knowledge died with him."
You mean stammering?
Looks that way. So here's the story. We didn't see Nielsen tonight. He didn't come to the bar. We had dinner, came back, found our rooms had been turned over, knocked on his door, and when he didn't answer, we got worried. Because of his drinking. We borrowed the passkey, checked, and found him dead. That's all. Agreed?
I guess. But what about the bar? The server saw us together.
I'll talk to her. Remind her about the story of the Golden Goose. Make sure she gets the reference.
So we should call the police?
No, Baglin. He can deal with the police. The CIA, Stammerin, whoever. But first we need to get Nielsen's phone records.
How?
The front desk will have them, so they know how much to bill to his room.
Why does that matter?
It doesn't. But we need to find his contact, Frank, and warn him. And see who else he was in touch with. He said he'd been shaking the trees. He might have said the wrong word in the wrong ear. The alarm could have gotten raised that way. You don't get to the top by being overly trusting. Stammerin will have tripwires out there, all kinds of defense mechanisms. We just don't know how many or where they are. Christopher Baglin was on the scene half an hour after Reacher spoke to him on the phone. He assessed the situation, then called the chief of the D.C. police. 2 detectives arrived within another 20 minutes. A crime scene truck was hard on their heels. Yellow and black tape sprouted all over the place, running between door frames and across corridors. A fresh-faced uniformed officer was set up with a clipboard to record everyone who came and went. Designated paths were marked for entering and leaving. Photographs were taken. Guys in paper suits and elasticated booties got busy with all kinds of powders and sprays. At some point, 2 guys in dark suits showed up. They poked around everywhere but didn't introduce themselves to anyone. They didn't need to. Everyone there recognized CIA agents when they saw them. Finally, a pair of paramedics wheeled Nielsen's body away on a gurney, and the detectives set to work taking statements from Reacher and Smith. They were moved into separate makeshift interview rooms. There were no panic strips or one-way mirrors, but the rest of the detectives' repertoire was in play. They tried every trick, saying the other one had flipped and it was time to get out ahead of the inevitable charges, that there were witnesses, that there was only one deal to be done and the other one was wavering. Nothing worked. And the whole time, a CIA guy was lurking in the corner, leaning against the wall, saying nothing. When the dust had settled and the majority of the emergency personnel had dispersed, Baglin pulled Reacher and Smith aside. He said, "Are you folks okay? It can't have been pleasant what you've been through." Smith said,
I can think of better ways to spend an evening.
Baglin said, "Your rooms were searched by the same guy?" Reacher said, "Our rooms were searched. We assume it was by the same guy. There's no proof, but it would be a hell of a coincidence otherwise." "I'm sure the detectives asked you this, but can you think of any reason why someone would come after Nielsen? Maybe after all of you?" Reacher shook his head. "None. It's hard to see how the attack connects with the task force in any way. We know that 2 women have committed a string of murders, and we have a good idea why, but that's all. We have no IDs, no descriptions, no physical evidence. They're clearly well-trained and proficient, so if they believe the net was closing in, the smart play would be to go back to their regular lives. They could serve us coffee every morning at the cafe on the corner, and we'd be none the wiser. They had no need to kill any of us. It would be a tactically retrograde move to try, very out of character for them. So what happened tonight? I guess a burglary gone wrong. Hotels get robbed all the time. And look at the sequence of our rooms. The guy started with mine, found nothing worth taking, moved on to Agent Smith's. Smith said,
Nothing valuable in mine.
So the perp moved on to Nielsen's. He was in the process of rummaging around looking for goodies when Nielsen stumbled in. It's safe to say from the smell that he'd been drinking a night. The intruder might not even have been trying to kill him. Maybe he just pushed him, trying to make a run for it. Baglin crossed his arms, and Reacher got the feeling he wasn't buying the story at all. No one spoke for a moment. Then Baglin said, "I should apologize. Placing you all in the same hotel, let alone in adjacent rooms, was a tactical error. It exposed you to unnecessary risk. That has been remedied. You're being moved to new hotels, separate ones in different parts of town, effective immediately." Reacher said, "I don't have a vehicle." "One has been arranged. It may have been delivered already. Check with reception on your way out." Smith said,
Thank you. And what about tomorrow morning?
She checked her watch.
This morning, I guess.
Baglin said, "What about it? Be at the office, usual time. We now have 3 killers to catch." A car was waiting in the lot for Reacher. It was a rental, a Ford sedan, a tinny thing with thin seats and too many buttons on the dash and not enough room behind the steering wheel. Reacher wasn't worried about its design flaws, though. He wasn't planning on spending much time using it. The hotel Reacher had been allocated to was pretty much at the opposite end of the scale from the original. If the first had been designed with hordes of raucous Midwest school kids in mind, the second was aimed squarely at the political and diplomatic end of the market. His room was enormous. It was 2 rooms, really. One with a bed and a bathroom and a walk-in closet, and another with separate sitting and dining areas. There were full-size bottles of various washing products he didn't recognize set around the sink and basin, the kind of things he would never dream of using. There were giant towels, fluffy robes, enough scatter cushions that if you had to escape the building in a fire, you could throw them out of the window and they'd break your fall from 10 floors up. Reacher wasn't interested in any of those things, though. He just wanted to put the day behind him and start afresh in the morning. He made his way around, switching off lights and closing drapes, and he noticed the door to a little cabinet wasn't closed all the way. It was a minibar. Nielsen would have liked that, he thought. He looked inside, took out a miniature of Maker's Mark, popped the cap, and drank a silent toast to absent friends. Chapter 20. Reacher and Smith pulled into the parking lot outside the task force's office within a minute of each other the following morning. Reacher came from the south, Smith from the north. They walked into reception together and saw that 2 extra security guards were on duty. The stable door's been locked, Reacher thought, and showed his ID. He followed Smith down the corridor and into the boardroom. She sat, and he poured himself a mug of coffee. She said,
Do you think they'll send a replacement for Nielsen?
Reacher said, "I doubt it. Sending someone from the agency was a gamble for Stammerin, a misstep with hindsight. Nielsen was only able to get to the truth because he could tap up his buddy. The guy would never have spoken to us, or Walsh now that he's woken up. Stammerin probably figured it would look more suspicious if the agency wasn't represented. Eyebrows would have been raised then for sure. He probably hoped a drunk like Nielsen wouldn't be able to do him any harm."
You know, that makes me sad. We never got the chance to find out what Nielsen's story was. He was a good agent, that was obvious, even when he was 4 sheets to the wind. He couldn't have been drinking like that from the start of his career. His liver wouldn't have survived. And if he didn't get killed, he would have been kicked out. Something must have happened to him, something traumatic. I wish I'd known him well enough for him to share what that was.
Reacher said nothing. Smith stifled a yawn and said,
Did you sleep?
Reacher said, "I could have gotten more." The truth was that his eyes had closed a minute after his head hit the pillow, and he hadn't stirred until a minute before it was time to get up. But he'd learned over the years that people aren't generally looking for a positive answer to that kind of question. Smith said,
I hardly got a wink. I'm wiped. This is really bad, Reacher. Nielsen's death, Charles Stammerin, Typhon, 1,000 corpses. I just kept thinking, what are we going to do with it all?
"We'll do what we would do if we were investigating any other person for any other crime. Follow the evidence. If it confirms that Stammerin's guilty, then we take him down."
But he's the Secretary of Defense.
Like I told Sarbatsky, this is America. The law applies to him the same as everyone else.
Makes going after him harder, though.
So we work smarter.
Any thoughts?
My gut tells me Nielsen's death starts with someone he spoke to at the CIA. He likely mentioned Typhon. Asked if it existed, if there was any proof, who had run the program. Something that touched a raw nerve. From there, I see 3 possible paths. 1, Nielsen's contact came and did the deed himself. 2, he sent someone else to do it. 3, he reported Nielsen's questions to another person, and they arranged the murder.
Stammerin would fit scenario 3?
Right.
How do we prove it?
We find out who Nielsen spoke to. I'll contact them. I'll let them know I worked with Nielsen, and that I know what he knew. Then I'll wait for someone to come snooping around my hotel room. And instead of me winding up on the bathroom floor, whoever shows up will give us a name. Then we'll rinse and repeat as necessary until we get to the top of the food chain. We already know who Nielsen called from the hotel. Now we need a list of his calls from here. Do you think the Bureau could get that for us? Smith stretched out and grabbed the phone from the center of the table. She dialed the number, gave a couple of quick instructions, which were mostly in jargon and acronyms that Reacher didn't understand, then hung up. She pushed the phone back, and just then the door opened. Gary Walsh hurried in. His face was flushed. He started toward his regular seat near the window, then turned back and shuffled awkwardly on the spot for a moment. Then he said, "I heard about what happened. I'm really sorry. I guess you were getting close. If there's anything I can do..." The door opened again, and the original security guard appeared. He said, "Message from Mr. Baglin. He can't be present at the meeting this morning. He says you all know what you need to do." Walsh waited for the door to close, then sat in Baglin's place. He said, "What happened to Nielsen? Was it to do with why he missed the meeting yesterday?" Reacher and Smith exchanged a glance. Walsh said, "I know I haven't given you any reason to believe this, but you can trust me. I haven't really been present because I've been processing some stuff, but I want to put that right. Please, let me in. I can help." Reacher said nothing. Smith looked down at the table. Walsh said, "Reacher, I know your brother. In passing, at least. Call him. He'll vouch for me. And Amber, 2 years ago, my team did some number crunching for Phil on a sting he was running. He told me," Smith said,
Nielsen went to meet a contact. He wasn't back before we left, and when we got to the hotel after dinner, we found our rooms had been searched. We tried to check in with Nielsen, but he was dead. It was staged to look like he'd fallen, but we're not buying that.
"The meeting with his contact, was it about the project?" Smith didn't pick up on the question. She was staring at the sidewall. Reacher said, "It seems that way. Then the cops will do some window dressing, but they'll be kept well away from the business end. You're trying to find Nielsen's killer yourselves?" Reacher nodded. "Made any progress?" "We have a list of numbers he called from the hotel." Reacher explained his theory about Nielsen causing panic at Langley and the need to figure out who he'd spoken to. Walsh said, "Can I see the list? Numbers are kind of my thing, even without dollar signs in front of them." Smith didn't respond. Reacher nudged her arm. She said,
Sorry? What?
Reacher said, "Show Walsh the numbers from the hotel." Smith passed him the page the receptionist had printed for her the night before when she flashed her badge. Walsh studied the paper for a minute, then said, "Okay, one number crops up over and over, the one with 4 zeros at the end. That'll be a switchboard number. Langley? And all these numbers where only the final 4 digits are different? Direct dial extensions. They'll be Langley too. Then there are a few with the same area code. Langley people's home numbers, I would guess. And a few outliers. I don't know about those. Friends, maybe? Except for this one, 1-800-266-9328. He called that a couple of times." Walsh grinned and shook his head. He was out of control. Smith said,
I don't get it. What's the significance?
Walsh said, "I guess it'll be advertised alphanumerically." Reacher did the transposition in his head. 1-800-BOOZE-2U. A delivery service, presumably. Liquor stores across the eastern seaboard are gonna mourn Nielsen's passing, that's for sure. Smith said,
What a world we live in. Okay, we should focus on the Langley numbers. How do we prioritize? The switchboard number's no good without knowing who he asked for.
Walsh said, maybe if we knew if he also received calls from any of the numbers, that would suggest a back-and-forth interaction, not just a brush-off or a message left on a machine. It won't be possible for the hotel. Calls to the room phones go through the switchboard. But here it should be. Smith picked the phone up again and made another call. She hung up and said,
They're on it. It'll take a while, though. Anything we can do in the meantime? We should build on the panic. Try and get them to send another hitman tonight. If you're cool with that, Reacher.
Reacher said, the sooner the better. Send 'em now. There's maybe something we can do. Walsh sounded hesitant. It's a long shot, but it wouldn't hurt to try. Anyone know if Nielsen was the kind of guy who was uptight about deleting his messages? Roberta and Veronica Sanson decided not to steal a car this time. They knew they were going to be up to their armpits in law enforcement of all different flavors, so they figured renting a vehicle would be a sound investment. They thought a Suburban would look the part. It would blend into the kind of environments they were anticipating operating in. But it took them a while to find a place that didn't quibble when it came to doing the deal in cash. Their outlay proved worthwhile inside 10 minutes. That's as long as it took to observe Susan Kasluga leaving the house she shared with her husband. She was sitting in the back of a black town car. It nosed out of their fortified gate and merged into the slow morning traffic. Kasluga was reading that morning's Wall Street Journal. A chauffeur was driving, and there were 2 other people on board. Men in cheap suits with earpieces and curly wires disappearing beneath their collars. Bodyguards, from a private agency by the look of them. Perfect, from the sisters' point of view. Roberta eased away from the curb. She was 4 cars behind Kasluga. She varied the interval as the traffic sped up and slowed down. Sometimes she was 3 cars behind, sometimes 5. A couple of times when they were on longer sections with no turnoffs, she briefly pulled ahead, then let the town car retake the lead before it reached a point where it had a choice of directions. She kept up the same rhythm for 20 minutes, then the town car pulled off to the right onto the top of a ramp that led down to a garage beneath an office building. It was 20 stories high, mirrored blue glass over a steel frame, rectangular sections, relentlessly symmetrical. The headquarters of Americhem Incorporated, the company Kasluga founded when she returned from India. Roberta continued straight, then took 2 lefts in quick succession. Nothing was following them. She didn't expect there to have been, but it pays to take precautions. The street they were on was quiet, so she pulled over and turned to Veronica. She said,
What do you think?
Veronica said,
In an ideal world, we would watch her for a week minimum. But they know there are 2 of us now, and there are no scientists left. They could start piecing things together. So good now is better than perfect later. Let's check her schedule. If she's in the office tomorrow, and we can pick up what we need this afternoon, I say we do it in the morning.
Roberta shifted back into drive. She said,
Agreed.
Nielsen's office was locked. Smith took a slim leather wallet from her purse and selected 2 slender metal picks. She inserted the flatter one into the keyhole and held it down low. She slid the pointier one in above it, raked it back and forth, and 30 seconds later the door swung open. Walsh went in first. Reacher followed, and the feeling of trespass he always experienced when he entered a dead person's room soon descended on him. Smith closed the door behind them. Walsh crossed to Nielsen's desk and hit a button on his answering machine. A smoked plastic lid popped open. There was nothing under it. He turned to the fax machine. Its output tray was empty. Walsh said, Well, looks like the agency cleaned house already. Damn. Although there's one other thing. He tapped a few digits on the fax machine's keypad. The mechanism began to whir, and a few seconds later, a sheet of paper cranked out. Walsh held it out for the others to see. There were columns. pads with dates and numbers and times and durations. He said, "It's the transmission log. Shows us all the faxes Nielsen sent and received." Then he turned to Smith. "Can I grab that call list again for a second?" He checked the detail and nodded his head. "Yes, look. The same number shows up on both." "Does that help us?" Reacher said. "Murderers generally don't fax their plans ahead of time." Walsh said, "I don't think he sent a fax. Look, duration 1 second. Pages received 0. "So what did he do?" "In the office they gave me, the phone and the fax numbers are 1 digit apart. Yours?" Smith said, "Same." Reacher nodded. Walsh said, "Safe to assume it's the same for Nielsen then. So I think someone called his fax machine by mistake, then hung up right away." Reacher said, "Why would they do that?" "If Nielsen left a message, he could have given the wrong number, or the caller could have misdialed." Smith picked up the phone list and the fax log.
The timing works. Nielsen called the number from the hotel right after we'd been to see Sarbatsky. He'd sucked down all that vodka, remember? Easy to get 1 digit wrong when you leave a message and you can hardly stand up straight. And the call back came that evening when we were at the bar.
So Nielsen leaves a provocative message. The recipient tries to reach him but can't. And does what? Escalate? And whoever's above him sends someone to take care of the problem?
Whoever being stammering,
Smith thought, but she didn't say it out loud. "It's plausible," Reacher said. "Worth following up. But why did you say the guy would hang up right away?" Walsh said, "You've never called a fax machine by mistake?" "How would I know?" Walsh pointed to Nielsen's phone. "Try it. Call yours, now." Reacher punched in the number. The call connected, and his ear was instantly assaulted by a howling, screeching electronic cacophony. He slammed the handset down. The hell was that? Walsh smirked. "Sorry, Reacher. That's how fax machines talk to each other. You can see why the guy wouldn't stay on the line." Smith leaned over and picked the handset back up. She dialed, and when she was answered, she reeled off the same succession of acronyms she'd used earlier and requested a list of any other calls the number that had tried to reach Nielsen had made. Then she asked to be transferred and gave instructions for the number to be run through a reverse directory. She was silent for a few seconds, then shook her head and hung up. She said,
"The list of calls will be faxed to me later. The number's registered to a John Smith. No relation."
Chapter 21. The reception area at Americhem's headquarters was an opulent space full of high-end materials and museum-quality art. But boil it down to its bones, and it was there to do one thing: keep people out. Unless they had a pass to operate one of the turnstiles. Staff members had them. Legitimate visitors could get them. Veronica Sanson was neither. So her first step toward gaining access to the building started next door, in a Starbucks. She got in line, and while she waited, she took a lanyard out of her pocket. She'd bought it years ago in a tourist store in Tel Aviv. It was yellow with cartoon monkeys printed all over it. She slung it around her neck and tucked its clip inside her jacket as if she had a pass card, but didn't want to display it to the world on her commute to work. She reached the counter and ordered 4 venti lattes. That was the largest size of drink available. She asked for a cardboard carrier, wedged the giant cups into the cutouts on each corner, and loaded a bunch of sugar packets and stirring sticks into the space in the center. Veronica made her way out of the coffee shop and through one of Americhem's revolving doors. She was holding the drink tray out in front and moving cautiously, as if the whole thing was about to collapse and scald her. She crept all the way to the nearest turnstile. And then she was stuck. She couldn't hold the drinks with one hand. She couldn't free her lanyard with no hands. People were coming up behind her, pinning her in. She was getting flustered. She tried to rebalance her load and almost dropped it. She tried to hold it level and lean down close enough to the sensor to activate the machine without undoing her jacket. 3 packets of sugar slid off and hit the floor. She tried to wriggle one forearm under the tray, and one of the cups almost fell. Her face turned scarlet. She looked like she was close to tears. Then a guy in a suit with silver hair and a mustache stepped up alongside her. He leaned down and used his own pass to release the turnstile. She tiptoed through and made for the elevators.
Thank you so much,
She said when the guy caught up to her.
I thought I was gonna die of embarrassment back there. It's only my second day. I won't forget to have my card ready ever again.
She lowered her voice.
You couldn't hit the button for me when we get in, could you? I don't want a repeat of that debacle. I need Ms. Kasluga's floor.
Susan Kasluga had the largest corner office on the 20th floor, a perk of being the big boss, Veronica figured. She figured another perk would be having the most qualified assistant. So she ditched the milky coffees in the women's bathroom near the elevator lobby, rushed down the corridor, and burst into Kasluga's outer office. A woman in a sleek black pantsuit looked up from behind a wide antique desk, alarmed. She had gray hair pulled back from her face, fine bones, and stern blue eyes. Veronica said,
You're the one they meant, right? You know CPR?
The gray-haired woman was on her feet immediately.
Someone's having an arrest? Downstairs, one floor, by the elevators. Someone called 911, but you know how long those guys can take to come.
Veronica made as if to follow, but as soon as the older woman was through the door, she turned back. She looped around the desk. A computer monitor took up almost half the real estate. It was beige, hulking, bowed at the front, with a thick tangle of wires hanging down at the back. There was a telephone, a big complicated thing with all kinds of lights and buttons. A leather desk pad, a pair of trolls 3 inches high with wild fluorescent hair. A gift from a grandchild, Veronica thought. There was a pad of paper and a pen, a Rolodex. Veronica wondered how much she could get for some of the names and numbers it must contain. And at the side, on its own, a leather-bound executive diary. Veronica opened it, flicked through to the current week, looked at the following day's entries, saw they started at 6 a.m. with Surge, Press Conference Prep, Boardroom, and ran through to 6 p.m. without a break.
Sorry, Serge,
Veronica thought.
You're going to be getting up early for nothing.
Reacher and Walsh followed Smith out of Nielsen's office. Smith used her picks to relock his door, then led the way to her own office. That felt less ghoulish than hanging out in a dead person's space, and it meant they were near Smith's fax machine. The one the information about the phone call she'd requested would be sent to. Reacher and Walsh ducked out briefly to fetch the chairs from their offices. Then the three of them sat in a loose triangle and waited. The fax machine became the center of attention, despite being completely inert. Smith made a couple of attempts to kickstart a conversation. Walsh offered a few snippets about his take on the country's financial prospects. Reacher said nothing. After 40 minutes, the display on the fax machine began to flash, and a few moments later, a single piece of paper slid into its output tray. Smith grabbed it, took a look, then held it up for the others to see.
Calls made by the number Nielsen was in touch with,
she said.
Only one was made after he dialed Nielsen's fax, a minute after he hung up. Let's see who it was.
Smith picked up the phone and spoke to the reverse directory guy again. She listened, asked him to repeat what he'd told her. Then she thanked him and hung up. It was a long moment before she turned and looked at Reacher and Walsh.
The person Nielsen's contact called?
She said,
Charles Stammerin, a private line at his house. His name's on the bill.
Roberta pulled the Suburban over to the side of the road, and Veronica jumped down. She ducked into a phone booth and used directory assistance to get the number for the fire department's central office. When she was answered there, she introduced herself as a journalism major from Johns Hopkins. She said she was writing a piece on public infrastructure and contrasting urban environments, and so she needed to know which fire stations covered certain buildings in the city. She reeled off her list: the National Cathedral, the Dumbarton Oaks Museum, the Library of Congress, the Kennedy Center, and the headquarters of Americam, Inc. The fire station they were interested in was set on a triangular lot where two streets met in a V shape. That made for an efficient configuration. It meant the fire trucks and ambulances could drive in one side and out the other without ever having to turn around or back up. The tall, wide exit doors were standing open when Roberta and Veronica arrived. They had been told that such buildings are considered public in the United States and are mainly open, allowing people to walk right in. But it still seemed strange to them. Roberta parked on the street out of the way of the fire station's broad apron and led the way inside. There were 4 vehicles on the equipment floor, 3 fire trucks and an ambulance. The trucks were different sizes. One had a giant ladder that ran its whole length. One had a water cannon mounted on its roof. The other looked more like a regular delivery truck, painted red. They were all parked neatly between lines painted on the floor. Boots and helmets and other pieces of personal equipment were set out in parallel groups. 3 sets of double doors in the wall to the left led to an inner area. Roberta and Veronica figured that's where the offices and the kitchen and sleeping quarters would be, and the waiting area. The sisters could hear the rumble of voices and the frenzied commentary that accompanied some kind of televised sporting event. Veronica took up a position where she'd be seen immediately if anyone came through the doors. Roberta hurried around the front of the ladder truck. She stretched up, opened its passenger door, and hauled herself into the cab. She ran her fingers along under the dashboard below the banks of switches and dials, and found the edge of a stiff waterproof pouch. It was held in place with Velcro. She pulled it free, took a knife from her pocket and cut through the cable tie that held it closed. Shuffled through the papers inside, checking each in turn until she found the one she needed. She took a breath, focused on the information that was printed there, committed it to memory, then replaced the papers and fixed the pouch back in its place. Roberta took the spot near the doors, and Veronica crossed to the other side of the space, to where the ambulance was parked. She made her way between it and the wall, and suddenly the sound of cheering and yelling became much louder. Just for a second. 2 people had come out of the waiting area, a man and a woman. They were both wearing black and green uniforms. They spotted Roberta and changed direction.
Help you?
The woman said. Her expression was hovering halfway between friendly and suspicious. Veronica checked over her shoulder. Whoever had come out couldn't see her, so she continued until she was standing in front of a large notice board.
Are you 2 paramedics?
Roberta said. The man and the woman both nodded.
Fantastic. That's why I'm here. I want to sign up, start my training. So I came to find out what the score is. There'll be forms to fill in, I'm sure. What about minimum educational requirements? How high is the bar?
Wait here, the man said. There's a pack. It lays everything out. You can take it home, study it. And if you're really up for it, you can get the ball rolling. Veronica scanned the pages that had been tacked up on the board. Most were trivial or officious. Some were out of date. But the one she wanted was right in the center. A list of addresses with a history of call-outs related to gun violence. There were 14, each with a set of check marks next to it. The idea was to warn the crews to take extra care if they were dispatched to one of those places, to call for police backup at the first sign of trouble. Veronica compared them for a moment, then memorized the 3 with the most marks. The man returned and held out a sheaf of photocopied pages for Roberta. He said, "Good luck." But he didn't stay to talk anymore. Neither did the woman. They moved toward the far side of the ambulance, the same way Veronica had gone. And she was still there.
Hold up.
Roberta took a big step forward.
This is amazing. Thank you. Let me just ask you one more thing. Are there any physical requirements? Do you have to run a mile in a certain time or carrying some specific weight?
Veronica dropped to the ground and rolled under the ambulance. "It's all in the book," the man said. He kept going. The woman had barely slowed down. Veronica rolled out on the near side of the ambulance. She got to her feet, checked that no one had seen her, then collected Roberta and strolled back to their SUV. It's a mistake, Walsh said. It has to be. Charles Stammeron? Smith shook her head.
It's no mistake. My guy triple-checked. It's Stammeron's number. There's no doubt. He even made sure it's not a different Charles Stammeron.
It's unbelievable. You don't want to believe it, Reacher said. There's a difference. The Secretary of Defense set up a murder? That's ridiculous. Is it? Why? Only people with certain job titles can be killers? I catch murderers for a living. Believe me, they come in all different shapes and sizes. You really believe it's true? I believe it's plausible. There's a clear sequence of events. Nielsen called this John Smith guy to shake the tree, as he put it. John Smith tried to call Nielsen back, but got his facts by mistake. John Smith next called Stammeron, and Nielsen wound up dead. John Smith passed it up the tree when he hit a dead end, and Stammeron took no chances. It actually makes sense for the Secretary of Defense to do that. You don't get the top job if you can't make ruthless decisions. Smith's phone rang. She answered it, listened for a moment, and said,
Why?
Then,
Bullshit. Someone must be able to.
And finally,
Okay, then. Thanks for trying.
Walsh said, That didn't sound encouraging.
That was my phone records guy, Smith said. We can't get any details about calls to or from the office lines. There's some kind of special Department of Defense spec. There's no data, incoming or outgoing.
So we only have one lead to go on? We only need one, Reacher said, if it's the right one.
The timing works for it, Smith said. Nielsen's movements and his drunkenness tie together. No mistake.
There's only one way to find out. Reacher stretched out, took the phone, and began to dial. Now it's my turn to shake the tree. Roberta Sanson found the way to the first address that Veronica had taken from the ambulance notice board at the fire station. She pulled over to the curb and kept the engine running. The street number corresponded to a single green door in the long blank side of a single-story brick building. There was no sign of any activity. Not at that time of day.
Gambling den?
Roberta said. Veronica said,
Most likely. I don't like it. One entrance. No way to see what's inside. I vote pass. Agreed.
Roberta pulled smoothly away and drove to the second address on the list. Right away, she could see why gunshot wounds were so frequent in that neighborhood. The windows of the house in question were painted black on the insides. There was a heap of plastic bottles by the front door, empty cat litter sacks, a stack of buckets all warped and twisted. And even from inside the vehicle, they could smell ammonia. The place was a meth lab. That was clear. And the houses on either side must have been as well before they burned down. The Suburban had been sitting for less than a minute when a man appeared from one of the neighboring houses. He approached slowly from the opposite side of the street. He was tall, gaunt. He was wearing a Mets cap, a generic baseball jacket, ripped jeans, and sneakers that might once have been white. Veronica opened her door a crack and slipped out. The guy didn't notice. He only had eyes for Roberta. He kept coming, all the way up to her window. She wound it down, just a couple of inches. The guy sneered. You lost, little girl?
Spiritually, Roberta said. Geographically?
What?
I'm not lost. I'm here to do business.
What kind of business you think we do around here? Roberta nodded toward the house.
I'm thinking a little cooking.
You a cop?
I'm the opposite of a cop.
Whatever you are, I don't like you. Time for you to leave.
But I only just got here, and the neighborhood is so charming.
You're leaving.
What if I don't want to?
The guy straightened up and opened his jacket. He had a pistol tucked into both sides of his jeans, butts facing forward so he'd have to cross his arms over his body to draw them. Roberta raised her voice a little and said,
2 guns, huh? Guess the area's not so great after all.
The guy said, Are you on... Veronica stepped out from behind the Suburban. She moved toward the guy. Her left arm was out wide. It was swinging around. She was holding a tire iron. She closed in and planted her feet and twisted from the waist for extra power. The flared end of the tool caught the guy in the temple. His head wobbled to the side. His eyes rolled back. His knees turned to pulp. And he flopped down onto the pavement right at Veronica's feet. She leaned in and took the guns, checked his pockets for additional ammunition, found 2 spare magazines, took those 2, then looped around and climbed back into her seat. Roberta said,
That's our community service done for the day. Now it's time for some shopping. We need clothes and radios, and some props, just in case you won't play ball. Which do you want to get first?
Reacher and Walsh were still in Smith's assigned office when all 3 pagers went off. They made their way down the corridor together and filed into the boardroom. Christopher Baglin was already at the head of the table. Reacher and Smith took their places. Walsh made for the window. They all did their best to avoid looking at Nielsen's empty seat. Baglin said, I'm sorry to have abandoned you this morning, but I'm sure you appreciate there were certain arrangements to be made. I trust you've had a productive day regardless. What do you have to report? Reacher had nothing. Smith shook her head. Then Walsh raised his hand. He said, I have more on Neville Pritchard, how he amassed his capital. I had to dig back a long way, but I got there in the end. I found multiple records of him selling, then buying large quantities of obscure foreign currencies. Baglin said, Expand, please. How was that significant? Keep it at a level for the non-financially literate. It's called a foreign currency loan scheme. Not a snappy name, but highly efficient. It has the effect of covertly transferring funds and simultaneously establishing provenance. So, smuggling money and laundering it at the same time? Reacher said. Kind of, only it's legal. And there is some skill to it. You have to accurately predict which currency is about to lose a lot of its value. Here's how it works. Imagine I bought $1 million worth of Venezuelan bolivars and lent them to Reacher. He could immediately sell them, and he'd have $1 million, right? No one objected. Now imagine the value of the bolivar falls by 20%. Reacher could buy back the same quantity he just sold, but it would only cost him $800,000. He could return the bolivars to me, discharging the loan in full. And he'd be $200,000 better off, yes? Smith said,
I guess.
Baglin said, Ingenious. Reacher said nothing. Walsh said, Not only would Reacher have the $200,000, it'd be clean. He earned it through currency speculation, which is legal. He'd have a legitimate paper trail for all the trades he made. Much better than trying to account for money made by selling drugs or guns. Baglin said, Pritchard was doing this? You're sure? Pritchard did it, back in the early 70s. And yes, I'm sure. Any of the other scientists? I've found no evidence. Keep looking. Good work. And Reacher, Smith, I can appreciate you having a slack day today, but tomorrow, no. Be back here in the morning with your heads on straight, understood? Walsh waited for Baglin to leave, then he moved closer to Reacher and Smith. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Guys, there's something I didn't mention just now. I didn't know if it was safe or sensible with Baglin in the room. Reacher said, What is it? The loans that Pritchard benefited from, they were all made by the same company, Americhem. So I also looked into it. Before Susan Kasluga established it, she set up another corporation in Grand Cayman with a partner out of the Virgin Islands. Its stated purpose was to compete for a contract to build a chemical plant in Pakistan. That was unsuccessful, so the company was dissolved. Kasluga got her money out, and she also sued her partner. She came out of it with a huge settlement. So was that good luck or bad luck? It was another way to bring money into the country and also legitimize it. It happened right before the business with Pritchard and the foreign loans. And guess who one of the directors was? Charles Stammerin. Which isn't illegal. He stepped down in '79 when his political aspirations started to bear fruit. And Americhem has never had any iffy government contracts, but still, given our suspicions... You were right to be discreet. That was smart. And there's that name again. Kasluga. What do you mean? Her name's cropped up a couple of times recently. Maybe I'm just more tuned into it with everything that's going on with stammering. Do you know anything about her? I bet there's a file over at Treasury. I don't know about a file. I've read a few interviews with her, though. A few articles and profiles. She's a major figure in the industrial world. A trailblazer. Her career path's been almost flawless. Almost. She started small, grew enormous, and pretty much everything she touched along the way turned to gold. The only blip was when her company was still quite new. It got sued. Some issue with a product it was developing. Not unusual, really. I can't remember the details. I could find more out, though, if you like. Definitely. Please do. Give me 24 hours. Perfect. Now, anyone hungry?
Smith said, "Sure, but let's find somewhere else to eat, okay? I don't ever want to set foot in that wacky half-built bar again."
Chapter 22. Reacher was a fan of symmetry. Someone had left Nielsen's body on a bathroom floor, so Reacher naturally wanted to leave that person's body on the same bathroom floor. The problem was that floor was in a hotel, and not only had Reacher moved hotels, breaking the potential pattern, but hotels have people in them. People hear things. They report things to the police, like sounds. The kind that might get made if the guy who had killed Nielsen proved uncooperative. So when Reacher spoke to John Smith on the phone and told him he knew everything that Nielsen had known, he said he'd be waiting in an abandoned church 2 miles outside the city at 10 o'clock that night. Reacher got to the church at 8 p.m. His golden rule of ambushes was to always get there first. That gave him the chance to learn the lie of the land. The old building was in a sorry state. Its roof was entirely missing. Some of its walls were crumbling. It had one stained glass window left above what would have been the altar. 2 parallel rows of columns ran alongside the overgrown nave, and there were a few disconnected stubs left where the buttresses used to prop the structure up from the outside. Reacher found a place where a heap of fallen masonry cast a good deep shadow, and he settled in to wait. Nielsen's killer arrived at 9 p.m. He was also early, just not early enough. Reacher considered himself a fair man. He made an effort to avoid jumping to conclusions, and he always gave his opponents the opportunity to surrender. Almost always. That night turned out to be one of the times he didn't. Because from minute one the other guy made his intentions known. They were crystal clear. He had come prepared. He had a flashlight strapped to his head like the kind miners wear on their helmets. He had brought a stepladder and a rope. He fashioned the rope into a noose, then took a moment to survey the ruin. He selected a surviving arch between a pair of columns. It was right where a pair of headlights would pick it out if someone arrived by car. A striking image, no doubt. Which was no doubt his intention. The guy was hoping to win the battle before the fighting even began. The guy draped the rope around his shoulder and wrangled his ladder into place. He climbed 3/4 of the way up and started to swing the rope back and forth, preparing to toss the noose over the arch. He was looking up. Reacher emerged from the shadow. He inched forward, careful to avoid the debris and any loose stone slabs. He closed to within a couple of feet, then leaned down, grabbed the base of the ladder, and jerked it into the air. The guy flew forward like a bike rider crashing over his handlebars. He hit the ground. His flashlight fell and landed pointing upright, casting weird shadows. He rolled, struggling for air. Reacher stepped forward and placed his foot on the guy's neck. Reacher said, "There's one reason I haven't crushed your larynx. Yet. You know what that is?" The guy tried to squirm away. Reacher increased the pressure with his foot and said, "Because you need to be able to talk, so you can answer my questions. Ready? Here's the first one. Did you kill Kent Nielsen last night?" The guy stopped moving, but he didn't reply. Reacher said, "I might not crush your larynx for a while, But you have plenty of other body parts. He lifted his foot, then stamped on the guy's left hand. The guy howled. Reacher moved his foot back to the guy's neck. Tell me about Nielsen.
I was sent to kill him. I did. What's to talk about?
Who sent you?
The same guy who sent me to kill a science freak. Don't know his name. Haven't worked for him very long.
How do you get your instructions?
Phone.
How do you get paid?
Dead drop. Cash.
How did you meet?
We've never met. Friend of mine said he knew someone who was looking for help. I was looking for work. It's all done at arm's length.
You said you killed a science freak, Neville Pritchard?
Yeah, sounds right. I don't really care about names.
2 in one day?
No. Pritchard was 5 days ago.
You sure?
Dates are the kind of thing I remember.
How did you find him?
I was told where he'd be.
At his house?
At an RV camp. In his RV. That's how I knew to take a hose.
The shapes and patterns in Reacher's head were shifting and rearranging themselves like the shards in a kaleidoscope. Charles Stammeron was already in the frame for Nielsen's death, but they'd chalked Neville Pritchard's up to the 2 women. Now this guy was admitting he'd killed them both, on the same person's orders. So that put 2 murders at Stammeron's door, not 1. And Pritchard had been dispatched days earlier than they'd realized. Stammeron hadn't just used the other scientists as bait, he'd used them as cover. He was even colder than Reacher had thought. Reacher said, I'm gonna give you a choice. You can repeat what you told me to a detective, or you can die right here, right now. The guy was looking at his crushed left hand, and he was waving it around as if he was trying to cast out the pain. But his right hand was also moving. It was creeping toward his waist, to his pocket, through the shadow cast by his fallen flashlight. That made Reacher late seeing it. He was slow to lift his foot. The guy's hand had reappeared. He was holding something, a piece of metal, round, with vicious spikes sticking out in all directions. He bent his wrist. He was shaping to flick his hand up and launch the thing. He had plenty to aim at. Reacher's thigh, his groin, his stomach, even his face or his neck. Plenty of major arteries in those places. Lots of critical organs. A wound from that kind of weapon could be serious, maybe fatal. So Reacher stamped down, harder than he'd intended. He caught the guy's hand square on, drove it back down, straight into his abdomen, along with the razor-sharp disc. Reacher couldn't see the resulting damage. The shadow was too deep. But right away, he could taste a telltale bitter metallic tang at the back of his throat. The guy looked up and grunted in pain. He whispered,
Guess you know what you can do with your detective now.
It was almost midnight when Reacher got back to his new hotel. Smith and Walsh were waiting for him in the bar. Reacher didn't feel like being around strangers, so he suggested they reconvene in his room. He took a cup of coffee with him. Smith brought a whiskey. Reacher got the impression it wasn't her first. Walsh was sticking with water. When they were all settled in the living room side of Reacher's suite, he'd told them what had happened at the ruined church. He couldn't hide his frustration. He'd been hoping to convert their suspicions into facts, but all he'd come away with was more theory. And it was a theory that made Stammeron look worse, not better. Nielsen's killing could still be seen as a panicked reaction to an imminent threat, but given the timing, Pritchard's was looking more like a cold, calculated maneuver.
I'm just glad you're okay,
Smith said. She shivered.
A noose? He was gonna hang you? My God.
Reacher said, that was never gonna happen. Walsh said, he gassed Pritchard. I'm not Pritchard, Reacher said. Smith said,
at least the guy from tonight can't kill anyone else.
He's just a foot soldier. It's the general I want, and I'm running out of patience. It's time to shake things up.
What do you got in mind?
I'm gonna talk to Stammeron, show him the phone records, look him in the eye and see how he reacts.
You can't be serious.
Smith stared at Reacher.
Oh, shit. You are serious.
He can't do it, Walsh said. He's the Secretary of Defense.
And that puts him above the law? No, that puts him behind a bunch of bodyguards. You can't just walk up to him and start making accusations. And how would you find him? They don't print his schedule in the post. I'll wait outside his house. Then it doesn't matter where he's heading. And I've got an idea that'll take care of his security detail. You can't, in a non-harmful way. And don't worry, I'll be acting alone. If there's any blowback, it won't touch either of you. The conversation rambled on for another 10 minutes. Then Walsh finished his water and stood up to go. He paused on the way to the door and pulled an envelope out of his satchel. He set it down on the counter near the minibar and said, "Here's that information you asked for, about Susan Kasluga. Let me know if you need anything else." Smith got up and went to use the bathroom. She was gone long enough for Reacher to start worrying that she'd had too much to drink. When she finally did come out, she went back to the couch, but she wouldn't meet Reacher's eye. She rocked back and forth for a moment, then curled forward until her face was almost pressed against her knees. She wrapped her arms around her head, and Reacher saw her whole torso begin to heave. He heard her sob, deep and hard and raw. Reacher didn't know what to say. The best he could come up with was, "Amber, are you okay?" Smith didn't respond for a minute. Then she straightened up and wiped her cheeks and said,
The other night at the bar, you asked if I was married. I said no, which is true. If you go with the whole till death do you part thing.
"Your husband died?"
His name was Philip. He was killed by a KGB agent, Daniel Litvinov, who's now back in Moscow, where I can't get to him.
"That's why you fed all those agents' names to Baglin?" She nodded, which sent another plump tear careening down her cheek.
It happened a year ago. Everyone says that's long enough, that I should move on. My mom, my sister, my friends. I figured they might be right. Told myself the next guy I meet who I like. But the only one I can think about is Philip. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. My personal life's turned to stone. My professional life's turned into a disaster. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm telling you this.
Reacher sat on the couch next to her and put his arm around her. "You have nothing to be sorry for. You can't put a clock on these things. They take as long as they take. And they're no one else's business. Maybe one day you'll feel ready to move on. Maybe you won't. Either way, you're not doing anything wrong. The asshole who killed your husband was the one who did wrong." Smith leaned against Reacher's chest. He felt her start to sob again, silently this time. Then after 10 minutes, her body went slack. Reacher picked her up and carried her to the bed. He laid her down and folded the comforter over so that she was covered up. Then he went to the other half of the suite and picked up the phone. He called the duty sergeant at his base and gave an order for his Class A uniform to be delivered to his hotel before 6 o'clock that morning. Then he lay down on the couch and closed his eyes. He wondered what kind of machine down in the bowels of the building would have made a record of his call. And he wondered if that sort of record would ever be used as a clue, if he was found bled out on a bathroom floor. Chapter 23. 4 hours later, at 5 a.m., Roberta and Veronica Sanson coasted down the ramp that led to Americam's parking garage. Roberta stopped at the barrier and entered the override code she'd found in the pouch in the fire truck the day before. Nothing happened for a long moment. Her pulse spiked. There was no guarantee that the fire department kept its emergency access information up to date. If they couldn't get the vehicle into the garage, their whole plan would be left in tatters. But she needn't have worried. The barrier rose, and she drove through. She parked the Suburban as far away from the elevators as possible. Then they settled down to wait. Susan Kasluga didn't read in the car on the way to the office that morning. It was unlike her to waste 20 minutes when she could be doing something productive. 10 minutes at that hour. But she was exhausted. She was stressed. She hadn't slept because she'd been waiting for a phone call that never came. And she had a grueling session ahead of her with Serge, the media coach. She was going to announce her new groundbreaking merger deal in the next few days with her in the starring role, and she needed to be at the top of her game to prepare. Needed to be, but knew she wasn't. And now that she had lost the chance to sleep, the only thing she wanted to do was shut her eyes. Roberta and Veronica watched the town car enter the garage. It stopped at the bottom of the ramp, and the two bodyguards got out. They made a show of scanning the area. Then Susan Kasluga joined them, and they headed to the elevator. Roberta and Veronica waited 10 minutes after the shiny door closed, just in case. Then Veronica dribbled some chloroform onto a rag. Roberta fired up the engine, drove toward the ramp, and stopped next to the town car. Veronica climbed out. She gestured for the chauffeur to lower his window. He did, and she leaned in and clamped the rag over his mouth and nose. When he stopped struggling, Roberta helped her wrestle his body around the side of the car and into the trunk. They gagged him, tied his wrists and ankles, and Veronica took his place behind the wheel. She drove up the ramp. Roberta followed in the Suburban. 10 minutes later, they drove back down, together. The town car was now on the top deck of a public garage 3 blocks away. Veronica used the chauffeur's security pass to activate the elevator, then hit the button for the 20th floor. They rode up, stepped out into an empty corridor, and Veronica led the way to Susan Kasluga's corner suite. Roberta opened the door to the outer office. Veronica moved aside in case the assistant worked the same hours as her boss. She didn't. The only people there were the 2 guards. One was sitting behind the desk playing with the trolls. The other was sprawling on a 2-person couch. Roberta stepped through the doorway and said,
"Fellas, thank goodness we found you. We've got a problem. 2 guys, Middle Eastern looking, clean-shaven, carrying backpacks. They just went in the men's room by the elevators. Come on."
Roberta darted back into the corridor. The guards followed. She led the way to the bathrooms, then stood aside. The guard who'd been sprawling said, "Thanks, ladies. We can take it from here." The guards pushed the door to the men's room and rushed inside. Roberta and Veronica went in after them. The first guy spun around. He said, "I told you we can handle this." Roberta said,
"Can you? Can you handle him?"
She nodded toward the far corner of the room. The guy turned to look, and Roberta punched him in the side of the head. 1 hit was all it took. He went down like a switch had been thrown. Veronica took a 2-step approach with the other guard. First, she kicked him in the balls. Then, when he doubled over, she drove her elbow down into the base of his neck. Twice the number of blows, but the same end result. Roberta stood outside the inner door in Susan Kasluga's office suite and held up 3 fingers. Then 2, then 1. Then she pushed down the handle and burst through. Kasluga was sitting behind her desk. It was a cantilevered glass and chrome affair with nothing on it except for 2 stacks of index cards. Her chair was chrome and green leather, and it looked like it had sprouted an exoskeleton. Roberta said,
"Miss Kasluga, we need to get you out of here, ma'am, right now. This is a tactical evacuation."
Kasluga dropped the card she was holding onto the left-hand pile and said,
"The hell it is. I have work to do. And who exactly are you?"
Roberta said,
"Ma'am, please, this isn't a subject for debate. You need to come with us, now. We're going to take you home. Mr. Stammerin has been briefed and he's waiting for you there." "I said, who are you? And where are my regular guards?" "My name is Erica Halliday. My colleague is Caroline Burton. We've rotated in for the duration of the emergency. It's standard operating procedure. Rules out the possibility of collusion with hostile parties." "What kind of emergency?" "There was an incident in the area in the early hours of the morning. A man was killed. Your name was mentioned by an individual who was taken into custody. Further details are still emerging, but we feel it's wise to take every precaution. So, ma'am?"
Roberta gestured toward the door.
"Please."
Susan Kasluga took a long look at Roberta and then Veronica. They were wearing gray pantsuits, unflattering, medium quality, but appropriate. They were armed. They had earpieces with curly wires like the ones her regular guys had. And they had ID cards clipped to their jackets, even if the photographs were too small to make out properly. Also, just like her regular guys. A voice at the back of her head started to speculate about how she could play this to her advantage. Industry titan survives assassination attempt. Foreign rivals running scared of new powerhouse forged by audacious takeover. She hesitated for another moment, then scooped up her index cards and dropped them into her purse. She said,
"All right, let's go. But you bring me back the moment the panic's over, okay?"
Smith left Reacher's room at a little after 5:30 a.m. He was already awake. He heard her leave, then got up and took a shower. He shaved and did what he could to tame his hair. He dressed and went downstairs and checked with reception. There were no deliveries for him. He ate breakfast, bacon and a full stack plus 2 mugs of coffee, then went back and inquired again. A canvas suit carrier had just been dropped off. He signed for it and returned to his room to change. Traffic was light that morning, so Reacher got to his destination ahead of schedule. Charles Stammeron's residence. A gate covered a driveway to the right of the house. It was armor-plated and 8 feet tall. Reacher circled around the block to make sure there were no other ways for vehicles to leave, and when he was satisfied, he returned to the main street and pulled up near to the curb. The river was to his left. He rolled down his window, did his best to get comfortable in the cramped space, and settled down to wait. Susan Kasluga didn't balk when Roberta and Veronica Sanson ushered her into the back seat of their Suburban. She'd ridden in vehicles just like it more times than she could count. Roberta drove smoothly and cautiously. The seats were soft and supportive. The heat was cranked high, and Kasluga found herself fighting the urge to close her eyes. She rested her head and let the familiar landmarks drift by as they closed in on her home. The trees were welcoming, and Kasluga knew the river was close. She could feel it. She found it reassuring. Then Roberta took a sudden right onto a short, steep hill. Kasluga had never driven that way before. There were brick buildings on both sides with a special sloping design to accommodate the gradient. Roberta turned right again into a service road. There was a dead end ahead and blank, featureless walls on both sides. She leaned on the brake, shifted into park, killed the engine, and swiveled around in her seat. Veronica jumped out and scrambled straight into the back. Kasluga reached for her own door handle, but Roberta was too quick for her. She hit the button on the center console that locked it out. Kasluga blinked. She said,
"The hell's going on? Are you kidnapping me?" "Oh, it had to happen eventually, I guess. But let me tell you, you're making a big mistake. You'll get your money, for sure, but you won't live to enjoy it."
Roberta said,
"This is not a kidnapping. We just need to talk to you. You ever heard of making an appointment? Would you have agreed to see us? I doubt it. Especially when we told you what we need to talk about. Which is? India, 1969.
Kasluga was silent for a moment. Then she swallowed and said,
"India. I was there, of course. In a very minor capacity. There's not much I can tell you. There might be more than you realize. We need you to write down the name of everyone you can remember from that time. Everyone. No matter what job they did. No matter where they were based. Please. It's important."
"Why is it?"
"Because one of those people murdered our father."
Kasluga was silent for a moment. Then she said,
"I'm sorry. I don't know how to react to that." "By grabbing some paper and starting to write." "Okay, sure. Of course I'll try to help. But I have to ask. I haven't been in India for more than 20 years. If your father was murdered that long ago, why are you looking for names now?" "His murder is new information." "You think the murderer worked at the Mason chemical plant?" "Worked at, or was connected with it in some way. A lot of people worked at that plant, and staff turnover was sky high. They'll be all over the world now. Some will be sick. Some will be in seniors' homes. Is there any way to narrow the field? Give yourselves a better shot?" "No, because there was this one particular research team. I'm sure you saw them around the plant. They mingled with everyone else in the normal way, but the work they did was secret. The regular team members all knew each other, but there was one extra person associated with them in some kind of a detached role. A supervisor, maybe, or a support person, or a technical specialist. And due to all that paranoid Cold War obsession with secrecy, only one team member knew who this associate was. You don't know which team member it was who had the contact? We have an idea. Could you ask him? Tricky. He's dead. Could you try the other team members, just in case? They're all dead, too. Then how did you find out about this whole thing? One of the team members told us before he died. Owen Buck. Did you know him? Never heard of the guy. He knew at the time that this extra associate killed our father, but he did nothing. Then he found out he had cancer, and he had a sudden attack of conscience. That sucks. It's a shame he didn't act earlier. Like, right away. So listen, I'll write my list. And I'm still in touch with a few others. I could ask around if you like. Discreetly. I wouldn't have to fake any office emergencies or impersonate any security personnel.
Roberta shook her head.
Thank you. But I think we'll start with what you know. Then go from there. Sounds like a plan. I do have to ask one other thing, though. Sorry if it's insensitive. Am I right to assume your father worked at the plant?
Roberta nodded.
Mind if I ask his name? Maybe I knew him. I'm sure you knew of him, at least. His name was Morgan Sanson.
Kasluga didn't say anything. She just stared.
I'm Roberta. This is Veronica.
Kasluga felt like she couldn't breathe. Her chest was tight. She told herself it was just the stress, the lack of sleep. She said,
Robbie and Ronnie? I heard your names. I always assumed you were boys. Most people did. I remember all the things they said about your dad.
Kasluga was feeling lightheaded. Maybe if that phone call had come when it was supposed to have done, she would be more in control.
I can see why it's important to set the record straight. The record is straight,
Veronica said. She opened her satchel and took out a dog-eared manila folder.
This is his personnel file. It confirms everything about his character. Our father's only concern was safety. He found out that someone was stealing money. Maintenance standards were slipping as a result. That's what caused the leak that killed those people. Not sabotage. Dad was going to blow the whistle, so someone had to shut him up.
Kasluga took the folder and pressed it against her lap.
How the hell did you get this? Owen Buck gave it to us. He took it when he left the plant. Said it was proof he always meant to help. I'll help. And I don't mean to do things, I do them.
Kasluga's heart was beating so hard it felt like it might break a rib. She was feeling hot. She was worried she was going to faint.
But listen, all the same, don't get your hopes up. There's a lot of time gone by, a lot of water under the bridge. Finding this eighth guy will be no kind of cakewalk. It might not even be possible. You should prepare yourselves for that. Now, could we get going? I really need to be back at the office.
Chapter 24. After more than an hour, Reacher saw the big heavy gates twitch, then slowly begin to pull apart. He fired up his engine, pulled forward, stopped, and jumped out. Then he stood in the mouth of Stammeron's driveway with his car parked directly behind him. By any reasonable measure, it was a reckless thing to do. Reckless and stupid. The Secretary of Defense is one of the best protected people in the world. Anyone executing a hostile maneuver directed at him is likely to get shot, or tackled to the ground at the very least. And the Secretary's official limousine could brush a lightweight rental car aside like a bug. But that morning, none of those things happened. The Class A uniform did its job, just as Reacher had gambled it would. Stammeron's car slammed to a halt and rocked on its springs. Reacher stepped forward and approached its left-hand rear door. For a moment he could see nothing because of the heavy tint on the glass. Then the window purred down about 4 inches. Stammeron glared through the gap and said, This had better be a dire national emergency, Captain. Reacher said, I believe it is, sir, on the grounds that it pertains to the task force that you yourself established. I have a document that calls for your urgent review. Stammerin wasn't expecting that. He didn't like surprises. He was inclined to send the MP away with a note of reprimand to pass on to his CO. But if he was there on task force business, that could mean the killers had been identified, or that some indication had been found that Pritchard had given up what he knew. Either way, it was ridiculously overzealous for the captain to show up in person, and either way, it wouldn't hurt to see what he had brought. Stammerin opened his door. He said, Whatever you've got, pass it here. Reacher took a sheet of paper from his jacket pocket, unfolded it, and handed it over. It bore a single line of text, one call record, the one from John Smith to Stammerin's private line, the one that preceded Nielsen's murder. Reacher kept his face completely dispassionate. Stammerin didn't betray even a flicker of recognition. Roberta shifted into reverse and began to back out from between the blank brick buildings. She made it halfway, then put her foot on the brake. She turned to look at Veronica. She could see that the penny had dropped for her, too. Veronica pulled her gun. Roberta shifted into drive and nosed forward again off the street. Roberta swiveled around and said,
This 8th guy?
Kasluga said,
What? Don't shoot the messenger. I was just being realistic. I don't want you to be disappointed after everything you've been through. 23 years is a long time. It might not be possible to find the guy you're looking for now. Why did you say 8th specifically? Because I can count. For the extra guy to be the 8th, there would have to be 7 on the regular team. Obviously. There were 7. Only we didn't tell you that. Yes, you did. We didn't. I thought you did. But anyway, you didn't need to. I remember the team you're talking about. I knew there were 7 people on it. Bullshit. You said you didn't know who Owen Buck was. He was on that team. I don't remember all the names, sure, but I know there were 7 guys. You knew there were 8 guys. You know who the 8th guy is. You better tell us. I do not know. How could I? You're defying your own logic. You said only one person on the team knew who the 8th guy was. I wasn't on the team. Ergo, I don't know. Veronica?
Veronica shook her head.
All these frantic denials don't pass the smell test. You hit the nail on the head. She knew there were 8. She knows who the 8th is.
Kasluga said,
How many times do I have to say it? I do not.
Veronica said,
There's another way of looking at this. If she really doesn't know who the 8th guy is, then she's no use to us. No one knows she's with us. No one saw us leave together. She's trash. We should throw her in the ocean. You can't make knowledge magically appear by threatening me, you know. Or here's another idea. She's a big-shot scientist, right? Scientists like experiments. So we could do some experiments on her. See what impact that has on her knowledge. Bluster all you want, but I'm not going to bite. Look, I get that you're hurting. Losing your father and thinking he'd killed himself and hearing all the smack the knuckleheads were talking about him. That must have taken a toll, pushed you to do crazy things. But you haven't crossed a line yet. So let's say no more about this 8th guy nonsense, and my promise to help you find the name you need still stands. What do you say? Deal?
Charles Stammerin handed the piece of paper back to Reacher. He said, When I hear about a document to review, I'm expecting 100 pages minimum, often 200. Always a bunch of jargon and buzzwords and empty verbiage that sets my teeth on edge. So in a way, I applaud your brevity. Now here's some free advice. Next time you write a report, you're going to need to use some words. Include an argument of some kind, a conclusion, a call to action. This, what is it? A prank? A joke? A little act of rebellion against your recent demotion? Stammerin gestured toward Reacher's car. Now get that piece of junk out of my way before I have my driver crush it. Then return to your unit. You're off the task force. You may well be saying goodbye to your silver bars as well as your oak leaves. I'll be having a full and frank discussion with your CO in the very near future. Susan Kasluga was hanging upside down. Veronica Sanson had made her sit on her hands, and she kept her covered with her gun while Roberta drove. She backed out from between the sloping brick buildings and navigated to a water pumping station on the east bank of the Potomac. It was a 20-foot-tall rectangular structure that dated back to the 30s, an era when public buildings were made to last. Pipes were strong, walls were thick. Sound waves produced by all the engines and machines and other pieces of equipment had a tough time getting through them. So did the sound of people screaming. Roberta got out of the Suburban first. She took a pair of bolt cutters and a rope from the trunk and crossed to the building's double doors. She cut the hasp of the lock and went inside. Veronica led Kasluga to a spot almost in the center of the main space. They were beneath a 6-inch water pipe that was suspended from the ceiling on stout metal brackets. Roberta tied a loop in the rope and laid it on the floor. Veronica maneuvered Kasluga back a couple of steps so that she was standing in the middle of the loop. Roberta yanked the rope hard, jamming Kasluga's ankles together. Veronica shoved Kasluga in the chest, and she pitched back onto the floor. She screamed, part pain, part surprise, part indignation. Cement dust puffed up all around her. She tried to roll onto her stomach and lever herself upright, but there wasn't time. Roberta tossed the rope up and over the thick water pipe. Veronica helped her to pull, and together they hauled it up until Kasluga's fingertips could no longer touch the ground. Roberta pushed Kasluga and set her swinging slowly, like a pendulum in an oversized clock. She said,
"One name, Susan. That's all we need. Give it to us, and you'll never see us again."
I don't know the name.
Roberta took a piece of paper out of her pocket.
See this? It's our list. 7 names. You can write the 8th one down if you like. Then you can always say you didn't tell us.
I don't know the name. Please, you have to believe me.
Why do we have to? Because you're rich?
Roberta put the list back in her pocket.
Because you're used to getting anything you want? To buying your way out of trouble? Okay, here's an idea. Imagine that 8th name is money. It's the last currency that exists in the world. It's the only thing you can use to pay for your freedom.
Okay, fine. I'll tell you. It's Ernst. Richard Ernst. Now let me down.
Roberta shook her head.
Really, Susan? I thought a businesswoman would be a better liar. Do you think we don't read the papers? Richard Ernst won last year's Nobel Chemistry Prize. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to leave you to think for a little while, to get your priorities sorted out. And while you're doing that, we're going to get a little device ready. See, we thought we might be in a position where we're dealing with someone who needs a little persuasion. We just didn't bank on it being so soon.
Roberta and Veronica returned a quarter of an hour later. Kasluga was still swinging, faster than before as a result of trying to break free. Her face was red. She was struggling for breath. Veronica was carrying a large goldfish bowl. It was full of clear liquid, and an olive-green spherical object was rolling around on the bottom. She placed the thing on the floor near Kasluga's head and stepped well back. Roberta said,
Have you heard of the Sword of Damocles, Susan?
Kasluga said,
Long time ago.
Good. Then you'll get the principle. We call this the Grenade of Damocles. It should maybe get a nod to Molotov as well. The branding needs work, I guess, but as a scientist, I think you might like it. See the liquid? That's ordinary gasoline. And the green globe? A standard M67 grenade. Only we've removed the spoon and stretched an elastic band around it to hold the striker in place. Now, what happens to rubber when it's bathed in gasoline?
It dissolves.
Correct. And when there's nothing to stop the striker from activating the fuse?
It explodes.
Correct. The only thing we're not 100% clear on is how long the elastic band will hold out. It's not a very thick one, to be honest. Not very good quality. We're thinking 20 minutes? Half an hour tops? But we may be wrong, so we're going to the other room now. It's very unpleasant having to wash body parts out of your hair. Believe me, we've done it. Oh, one other thing. The kill radius of the M67 is 16 feet. So if you do decide to take the name with you to the grave, at least you won't suffer. No matter how high you swing.
Kasluga tried to bend at the waist and pull herself up, but her stomach muscles just weren't strong enough. She tried to squeeze her ankles tighter together and slip one free, but the rope was too tight. All she did was increase the agony. She started to swing again, tried to grab a cluster of vertical pipes. They were too far away. She craned her head, searching for something she could use as a weapon. There was nothing in sight. She looked for her purse, then remembered it was in the Suburban. It was no good to her there. She could feel the despair building throughout her body, overwhelming her. The pressure behind her eyes was building, becoming unbearable. Her ankles felt like they were on fire. She held out for another 7 minutes, then gave up the fight. She called for Roberta and Veronica. She said,
"You win. I'll tell you. I'll give you the name. The 8th man? It was Charles Stammerin, my husband."
Chapter 25. Reacher didn't move. He stayed standing next to Charles Stammerin's car and said, "Understood, sir. But let me clarify one thing before I leave. These phone numbers, you're saying you don't recognize them?" "Correct. I do not recognize them. Why should I? Do I look like a walking telephone directory?" "One belongs to a suspect in a murder case. The other terminates in your house. As you can see, a call was made from one to the other." Stammerin snatched the page back and scanned it again. He said, "I've never seen either of these numbers before, let alone owned one or taken a call from one. You don't know what you're talking about. You've been given bad information. Now conversation over. I've wasted enough time on you." Roberta and Veronica Sanson lowered Kasluga to the ground, loosened the rope, and gave her a minute to catch her breath and regain her balance. Then they took hold of an elbow each and led her to a room at the side of the building. It was small and square. One wall was covered with all kinds of gauges and valves and levers and indicators, and on another there was a small red cabinet. "Emergency use only" was stenciled on the side in bold white letters. Roberta opened it. A telephone was inside. Roberta said,
"Call your husband. Tell him you're a hostage. Tell him we'll kill you if he's not here, alone, inside 30 minutes.
Kasluga folded her arms.
"Or I could shoot you in the head and call him myself."
Kasluga said,
"You could, but I wouldn't recommend it. He'd send every SWAT team on the eastern seaboard to storm this place. The only way he'll come is if I call. We talked about situations like this, made a plan. We have a code. So go ahead. I will, on 3 conditions. You're in no position to negotiate. I'm in the best position, strength. I have something you need, something you can't achieve your goal without."
The sisters looked at one another, then Roberta said,
"Conditions? First, you can't hurt Charles. He's a good man. He didn't kill your father intentionally, I'm sure. It must have been part of something bigger, part of his job, defending the United States. You've got to find some way for him to make amends that doesn't involve violence." "Okay. Second, I don't want to be hung upside down again. I don't want my hands tied or my feet. If I'm going to be a Judas goat, I'm at least going to do it with a little dignity." "Done. Third, I need the bathroom, which means I need to get my purse from your car."
Stammerin slammed his car door in Reacher's face, but before the window had wound all the way up, his car phone began to ring. He picked it up, and Reacher heard the first couple of snippets of his conversation. He said, "Susie? My God, have they hurt you? Where?" Reacher ran to his car. He jumped in, fired it up, and reversed rapidly out of the way. Stammeren's car lurched forward, then took a right, as tight as the great heavy barge could manage. Reacher jammed his into drive and chased after it. Return to unit be damned. He could worry about explanations later. When Reacher saw Stammeren's car arrive at what he assumed was their objective, his heart sank. It was some kind of old industrial building on the bank of the river to the east of the city. It was a generous single-story high, like it had been designed for machines, not people. The walls looked solid. They were well maintained. There were no windows, no skylights in the roof. And worse still, there was only one way in, a double door. It was made of solid-looking wood, and it was closed. There was no view inside. Outside, there were no surveillance teams, no support vehicles with additional troops or armor or weapons or ventilators. And there were no helicopters in the air. It was your basic nightmare scenario. Disaster was written all over it. No competent commander would let his troops within 100 miles of the place. There was no way an entry should be attempted without knowing the occupants' numbers and weapons and disposition and morale. Even then, any assault would need to be carefully planned and launched at an optimum time with suitable decoys and diversions. The only saving grace was that Stammeren was still in his car. It looked like he was arguing with his bodyguards. Then Reacher's heart sank further. Stammeren got out. Alone. He started walking toward the door. He was reckless as well as ruthless, Reacher thought. And then he was inside. The bodyguards jumped out the moment Stammeren disappeared. They ran to the entrance. One opened the door, the other covered him. The first guy went inside. The second followed. The door swung shut. Reacher heard a gunshot. A second. Then silence. Reacher leaned on the gas, and his car lurched forward. He steered past Stammeren's and swerved around the Sanson Suburban. He kept going until he was as close to the entrance as he could get. Then he slid out, drew his gun, ducked low, and weaved across the last of the open ground until he got to the door. He slipped inside, and right away he saw the bodyguards. They were sprawled on the ground in the entranceway. There was no need for him to check their vitals. Neither of them had enough of their heads left. Big chunks of their skulls had been blasted away, and blood and bone and shiny gray slime lay glistening on the wall and floor. Someone inside the building liked to do their wet work up close and personal. That was clear. Reacher took cover behind 4 bright blue water tanks that were fixed to the floor. The space was surprisingly bright, given the absence of windows. There were long lines of lights running along the ceiling. They threw weird shadows through the forest of blue and red pipes that sprouted up and branched out at all different heights and angles. There was a constant low throbbing sound from some kind of nearby equipment. The air was heavy and stale and had a slight odor of oil and chlorine. Reacher listened. He heard nothing, so he left his cover, darted forward, and took up a more advanced position behind a long gray equipment cabinet. Then he heard more shots. There were 3 this time. They were loud and echoey in the enclosed space, and it sounded like they'd been fired close together. There was the rattle of metal against concrete. A gun had fallen. Then a solid, heavy thump. A body had hit the ground. Then 2 more thumps, similar but lighter. A second body, and a third. A woman's voice shrieked, "Charles!" The echo died, and silence returned. Reacher risked peering around the cabinet. At 12 o'clock, he saw Susan Kasluga. She was standing with a rope around her waist, secured to a pillar. Her purse was at her feet. Her hands were empty. Her eyes were wide and desperate. Charles Stammeren was at 2 o'clock. He was lying on the ground, on his back, his right leg folded under his body. His shirt was soaked with blood. His hands were empty, but a Ruger pistol was lying on the ground in front of him. A woman was on the ground at 4 o'clock. She would be in her late 20s. She was slim, and her dark hair was pulled back tight. She had a Sig Sauer pistol in her hand, but she wasn't moving. A bullet had hit her in the forehead. It had left a gaping hole there like a third sightless eye. Another woman, almost identical, was at 5 o'clock. She was on her back, immobile, eyes blank, with a diagonal swathe of blood cutting across her white blouse from her neck to her hip. A bullet had torn a jagged hole at the tip of the stain, dead in the center of her chest. She also had a pistol in her hand, an identical Sig Sauer. Reacher straightened up and came out from behind the cabinet. He kept his gun angled down, covering the bodies just in case. He stepped forward and kicked away their weapons. Then he crouched to check Stammeren's carotid. There was no pulse. He waited until he was certain, then got back to his feet.
Stop! Kasluga yelled out. Where are you going? Lead those others. Help Charles. You've got to save him.
Reacher said nothing. He moved across to the first of the women and leaned down to press his fingers against her neck. He couldn't feel even the faintest flutter of blood flowing in her artery. She was dead too. That was no great surprise. He straightened, ready to pivot around and examine the second woman. Then he heard a hard, metallic click close behind him. Kasluga yelled, "What?" White-hot pain exploded in the back of both Reacher's legs. It felt like 1,000 bolts had been blasted into his joints and ligaments. His legs buckled and he dropped forward. One knee crashed into the hard concrete floor. The other slammed into the dead woman's sternum. A part-formed thought flashed through his mind. Odd, that doesn't feel like bone. Then he twisted around sharply from the waist so he could look back. He was suddenly angry. Someone had landed a blow from behind. He should not have allowed that to happen. He couldn't remember the last time he had. And he wasn't going to let it happen again, that was for damn sure. He raised his gun as he spun around, searching for a target to fire at, and at the same time he pushed up from the ground with his left hand. He got halfway onto his feet and caught sight of someone. The second woman. She was alive. She was standing up. He saw a glint of metal against a rough black background peeping through the tear in her shirt. It was the remains of a bullet, mushroomed against Kevlar. The blood in her clothes must have come from someone else. One of the dead agents, probably. She must have been hit after she killed them, but only wounded. Because she was wearing a vest. So was her look-alike. That's what he'd felt under his knee. Good against a shot to the chest. No help at all against a hit to the head. The woman was holding something in her right hand. It was slender, made of metal with a ridged grip and a matte black coating. It was 2 feet long with joints every 6 inches, and its diameter stepped down slightly at each one. So it was telescopic, easy to carry and conceal, easy to extend. All it would take was the flick of the wrist. And it had a rounded tip, 1/2 inch in diameter, which would concentrate the force of impact. Destructive against glass or wood or metal. Devastating against flesh and bone. A hit on the chest would fracture some ribs. A blow to the neck could be fatal. Or to the side of the head. The woman brought the baton slashing down. She was aiming for Reacher's right wrist, looking to shatter the joint, trying to make him drop his gun. Reacher twisted faster. He hauled his arm out of the woman's range. Just. The round metal tip cut through the air. It was close enough for Reacher to feel its draft on his skin. It scythed all the way to the ground, kicking up a faint blue spark. Reacher grabbed the woman's wrist with his left hand. He squeezed. His fingers dug into her skin, mashing the tendons and ligaments until she screamed. Her grip slackened and the baton clattered onto the concrete. Reacher kicked it away. The woman jabbed at his face with her free hand. Her first 2 fingers were spread wide. She was trying to gouge his eyes. The same time her right knee was jerking up, aiming for his groin. Reacher lowered his shoulder 12 inches and launched himself forward. He slammed into the woman's chest. It was a heavy contact. The woman was thrown back like she'd been hit by a dump truck. She landed on the ground and slid away in a thin cloud of dust. Reacher said, "Roll over, face down, hands behind your head." The woman coughed, but she didn't move. Reacher raised his gun. "I'm trying to think of a reason not to shoot you, but I've got to admit I'm coming up empty." The woman rolled over. Reacher said, "Who are you?"
My name is Veronica Sanson.
She jerked her head toward the other woman's body.
That's...
She brought her right arm up and clamped it over her face so that her eyes were buried in the crook of her elbow. She didn't move for a moment, didn't breathe, didn't make any kind of sound. Then she raised her arm and dropped it back down at her side. Her eyes were red. She blinked away a tear and said,
That's my sister Roberta. Our father was Morgan Sanson.
Roberta and Veronica, Reacher thought. Robbie and Ronnie. 2 of the 4 kids taken to Israel by Mrs. Sanson after her husband's death. He said, "You were in the Israel Defense Forces?" Veronica nodded.
Combat Intelligence, Collection Corps.
"Your sister as well?" Veronica nodded again.
We came to avenge our father. But listen, please. I was a captain, same rank as you. So I'm asking as a courtesy from a brother officer. Let me stand up, explain our circumstances. Maybe we can... Oh my God!
Susan Kesluga's eyes were wide and her face was suddenly deathly pale.
Where is it? What did you do with it? How long till it goes off? You... Army person, you've got to do something.
Reacher said, "What are you talking about?"
The Crazy Sisters. They made a bomb, an improvised thing, a grenade, a bowl, gasoline, an elastic band. They used it to force me to give up Charles' name. It could go up any second. It'll kill us all.
Reacher did not like what he was hearing. He had seen photographs from Vietnam. Guerrillas would sneak up to parked U.S. Army jeeps and drop grenades wrapped with elastic bands into their fuel tanks. It turned the vehicles into moving time bombs. The results were not pretty. Even less pretty if anyone was on board or close by when the elastic finally gave way. He looked at Veronica and said, "Is this true?" Veronica lifted her chin.
Roberta invented it. She called it the grenade.
"Where is it?"
I'll show you. On one condition.
"There's no time for bargaining. Get it now."
If it goes off now, you two are dead. There's no escape for you. But down here, I might survive. I'm happy to roll the dice. Are you?
"And if I shoot you in the head, how do you like those odds?"
You'd shoot an unarmed prisoner in front of a witness? Hello, court-martial. Plus, you'd still have to get out of here. How much time do you have before boom?
"What do you want?"
If I make the device safe, I want you to listen. I want you to know the truth about my father. I want everyone to know. I want you to tell them.
Reacher nodded. "Go." Veronica stood up. She moved across to a spot where 3 large pipes rose out of the floor, turned 90 degrees, and were fixed to another set with heavy bolts and flanges. Reacher covered Veronica with his gun. She leaned over, stretched down into an obscured area, and lifted out the goldfish bowl. She tiptoed toward Reacher. She was holding the bowl out in front. The grenade was still inside. The elastic band was intact. She crept closer. Then, when she was 10 feet away, she flung the bowl at Reacher's face. He stepped back. Gasoline sloshed over the front of his tunic. Veronica dived to the side. She hit the ground, rolled, scooped up the cig that Roberta had been holding, and scrambled onto her feet. Reacher caught the bowl. He trapped it between his chest and right forearm, thrust his left hand inside into the dregs of the gasoline. It was a tight fit, like trying to cram a baseball mitt into a cookie jar. He pushed harder, scrabbled for the grenade, brushed it with his fingertips, and snapped the elastic band. Chapter 26. Reacher shook his head and set the bowl down. Veronica Sanson threw herself over another tangle of pipes and disappeared from view. Susan Kesluga started to scream.
The hell are you doing?
Kesluga yelled.
The kill radius of that thing is only a few feet. Get it out of here. Get it outside or throw it as far as you can. Or there's a control room over there. You could...
Reacher stepped across so that he was standing between Kesluga and Veronica's concealed position. "There's no need. The grenade's made of plastic. It's a toy. You were tricked."
What? No.
Kesluga started to cry.
I thought it was real. I believed them. That's the only reason I gave Charles up. They lied to me. They promised not to hurt him. And now...
Don't beat yourself up over it. Those women were not playing games. They'd have made you talk some other way if you'd seen through their bluff.
Correct,
Veronica called from behind her cover.
We're not playing. I'm not. So stand aside, Captain. I have no argument with you.
Reacher figured it made sense for Veronica Sanson to need to kill Kesluga. She'd used her to lure her husband. Kesluga knew what had happened to him. Probably saw it happen. It would be crazy to leave a witness. So by the same token, Reacher didn't believe for a second that Veronica planned to let him walk away. Reacher said, "You want to tell your father's story? I can help you. Make sure people listen. But only if you put your gun down. Surrender now.
You don't understand. Step aside.
Reacher didn't move. The SIG's muzzle poked out from between a pair of valves, and Veronica fired. Dust kicked up a couple of inches from Reacher's right foot. The bullet whined up and away past Kasluga's head. There was a clank as it slammed into a pipe, then silence. The muzzle disappeared. Reacher couldn't see Veronica. He couldn't get a shot. But she could pick him off at will. Then there'd be nothing to stop her getting Kasluga. Reacher knew how many people Veronica and her sister had killed. He knew how ruthless they were, how relentless. Reacher had served temporarily with IDF personnel and had great respect for them. She would have been well trained, so would have a degree of patience. But there would be a limit. She had no way of knowing if reinforcements were on their way. Any delay could compromise her chance of success, which told Reacher he couldn't afford to wait very long. Reacher heard sounds behind him. A hiss, then a gushing noise. He glanced over his shoulder. The pipe that had been hit by Veronica's ricochet had now burst. It was blue, and it was leaking water, which gave Reacher an idea. Reacher turned back. There was still no sign of Veronica. Nothing to aim at, not even a foot or an elbow or an ear. So he picked a different kind of target, a red pipe. He pulled the trigger. The pipe shattered, and the surrounding space was engulfed in clouds of scalding steam. Veronica screamed. She dived out into the open, rolled to the side, and came up half sitting, half kneeling. She had the SIG lined up on Kasluga's chest. Reacher could see tension in the ligaments in her wrists. Reacher stepped closer. He said, "Stop! Don't do it. Shoot her, and your father's story will never be told." He could see in her eyes that Veronica was not going to stop. Her SIG raised a fraction higher. Her ligaments tightened a notch more. Reacher pulled his trigger. He was never going to miss at that range. The bullet hit her in one temple and burst out from the other. All the electrical activity in her brain was shorted out. The signals to her nerves shut down. Her muscles relaxed and her tendons sagged, and she tumbled sideways, landing like a mirror image of her sister. Reacher kicked Veronica's gun away and checked for a pulse, although that was just a formality. She was way beyond saving. Reacher crossed to Kasluga and untied the rope from around her waist. She pushed past him and threw herself toward her husband. She knelt beside him, and her tears flooded his chest and mixed with the blood on his shirt. Reacher heard a sound from behind him. Footsteps. There were two sets. He spun around, gun raised, ready. "Blue on blue!" It was a man's voice. "Federal agents, reinforcing Secretary Stammeren's protection detail." "Clear," Reacher called. The agent stepped into view and stayed still, trying to make sense of the scene. The first one said, "Stammeren?" Reacher shook his head. "I guess you'll be needing another secretary to protect." Susan Kasluga stood up. Her tears were still flowing, and she was trying to control her voice. She said,
I think the danger's past, don't you? So I would like a moment alone with my husband now.
Chapter 27. An aged TV on a tall stand had been wheeled into the meeting room at some point during the night. Christopher Baglin used it to get the task force's final meeting underway with a VHS recording of the previous night's press conference from the White House. A suitably somber spokesman announced Stammeren's death. He spent a couple of minutes running through a bunch of weasel-worded platitudes, then signed off with the minimum of details. Smith said,
They won't get away with that for very long. Questions are going to get asked.
They'll be hoping things heat up in Serbia soon, Reacher said. Nothing like bad news to hog the spotlight. Christopher Baglin switched off the TV. He said, I spent most of the night ass-deep in crime scene photos and the ME's reports and all the physical evidence I could lay my hands on. What a messed-up situation. I guess we could frame it as one story of redemption, one of disgrace, and another of, well, I don't know. Someone else can be the judge of that. Smith said,
Charles Stammerin was a disgrace. The secret program he ran in India and all those other places, the money he and Pritchard stole, the leak it caused, and the 1,000 lost souls that resulted. May he rot in hell.
Reacher said, and what value can we put on Morgan Sanson's redemption? Bagland said, his personnel file showed he was a good person. He was worried about safety, not pay or promotions. He was about to expose the corruption and was killed for it. He wasn't a saboteur. He wasn't a suicide. I, for one, am glad the world now knows. And his daughters? Reacher said, what have they got to show for it? Smith said,
some of the blame has to go to the scientists. If Owen Buck, for example, had acted at the time, instead of dithering for decades and then giving Roberta and Veronica partial information and provoking this crazy quest of theirs, how different would things have been?
Owen Buck, Bagland said. He wrote the original list of names, I guess. It was in Roberta's pocket when she died. One strange detail about it. 6 names were written in one person's handwriting, and the other 2 in 2 different hands. Anyone have ideas why that should be? Walsh said, sorry. Smith shook her head. Reacher said nothing. Never mind, Bagland said. It's probably not important. Smith suggested a drink when the meeting wrapped up, but Reacher didn't see the point. The only unfinished business was Nielsen's wake in a day or 2, and he wasn't thrilled about attending. He figured how you treat people when they're alive is what matters. No amount of drinking and storytelling is going to make a difference after they're gone. So he went back to his hotel. He figured he would grab his things, drop his car keys at reception, and slip out of town without making a big fuss. It took twice as long as usual for Reacher to pack because he had his Class A's to square away. The pants were going to need some attention from a tailor after getting worn at the pumping station the day before, and the whole thing would need a thorough clean after getting doused with gasoline. He zipped up its garment bag and dropped it on the counter, ready to sweep his other clothes into his duffel, but he noticed something on the side next to the minibar. An envelope. The report Walsh had brought for him the other night, about Susan Kasluga's career. He hadn't read it. Events had overtaken him, and it would be moot now anyway. The case was closed. Reacher picked up the envelope and started toward the trash can. He stopped. He slid the contents out of the envelope and started to flick through them. He had time. He figured it would be good to get a sense of the woman whose life he'd saved. He wound up reading every word and studying every picture. And when he was done, his travel plans were back on hold. Reacher stepped into Susan Kasluga's outer office at 9:01 in the morning, 2 days later. Kasluga's gray-haired assistant looked up from behind her computer and said,
Captain Reacher?
She gestured toward the door to the inner office.
Go ahead. She's ready for you.
Then she lowered her voice.
You know, Ms. Kasluga is the backbone of Americhem. She's the life and soul of the company. Everyone here is so grateful for what you did to save her.
Reacher said, Don't thank me yet. Then he gave the inner door a cursory knock and went through. Susan Kasluga came out from behind her desk to greet him. She was wearing all black. She looked tired, and there were dark circles under her eyes. She gave him a gentle hug and said,
I'm glad you're here. Welcome to my sanctuary.
Most of the furniture in the place was a blend of chrome and leather and pale Scandinavian wood. Exactly the kind of tone Reacher expected to find in a chief executive's office. But along one wall, there was a surprisingly personal collection of things, almost sentimental. There was an old lab bench with a jumble of test tubes and wooden racks spread out all over it. There were tongs and Bunsen burners and round glass flasks in various sizes. And on the wall above it, there were clusters of framed pictures of experiments in progress and people wearing white coats and safety goggles. There was also a group of 5 canvas facsimiles of handwritten chemical formulae, complete with crossings out and scribbled annotations. Reacher guessed they were copies of Kasluga's own work, presumably milestones that were significant to her in some way. Reacher shifted his focus back to Kasluga and said, "I'm sorry for your loss." Kasluga shrugged.
Thank you. It's a complicated situation. I love Charles. I still do. I always will, I guess. But I have to face facts. He was a murderer. Have you seen what they're saying in the press? It's like they're trying to take away my right to mourn, to shame me. They don't get that I'm a victim, too. Anyway, enough of them and their vindictiveness. Can I offer you some tea? I have orange hibiscus, peppermint leaf, lemon lavender, or Huangju Hua. That's yellow chrysanthemum flower. It's delicious.
She moved across to a shelf that held a slim electric kettle, a set of mugs in contrasting pastel colors, and half a dozen cylindrical silver caddies. Reacher said, "Thanks, but no. This won't take long. I just have a couple of loose ends to tie up. Some of our paperwork got lost, unfortunately. A screw-up by the admin guys."
After what you did for me, nothing is too much trouble,
she said.
Tell me what you need.
She moved across and sat in a chair by a low coffee table in the center of the office. Reacher took the one opposite. Reacher said, "The first thing is new, actually. My CO is a bit of an innovator. He's started a study to see if graphology could be applied to our work in any way. The study of handwriting.
Okay.
He's looking for samples for his expert to analyze. It's totally anonymous and unofficial, but if I could take him a real-life example, it would earn me a load of kudos."
You want me to write something down?
Reacher took a notebook and a pen out of a briefcase he'd borrowed and passed them to her. "If you wouldn't mind, a couple of words. Clears marathons. Sounds weird, but apparently it's important for every sample to say the same thing, and that's what our guy came up with." Kasluga scribbled on the first page.
Done.
"Thank you. And while you've got the pen, could you give me your phone number? Not your office, I have that one. A home number, in case I have any follow-up. When I have paperwork backed up, I tend to work late."
No problem.
She added a string of digits to the second page and handed back the pad. Reacher hesitated, then said, "I'm sorry if this is an insensitive time to ask, but how much did your husband tell you about his involvement in Project 192?
It's okay.
Kasluga took a moment to bring her emotions under control.
He didn't tell me much, just that he suspected someone was killing the scientists from the 60s in order to force one of them to give up the identity of the 8th man in their team, and that he was the 8th man. He didn't want to breach state secrets or anything, but he was worried the killers would come after me to get to him. Which is exactly what did happen, of course.
What did he tell you about Project Typhon?
Nothing. I don't know what that is.
Okay. Well, I guess that pretty much wraps everything up. Reacher started to heave himself out of the chair, then sank back down. Actually, let me ask you one more thing. I'm curious. I came across an early draft of a press article about your role following that accident in '69. Made you sound a lot more heroic than the one that got published. Heroic is closer to the truth, right? From what I've seen, I can't picture you as a passive talking head type of person. Kasluga looked down and smiled. She said,
I didn't realize that original version is still doing the rounds. But you're right. It was pretty much spot on. When the gas leaked, and what a nightmare that was, by the way, there were no senior managers to be found. They all buried their heads in the sand. Someone had to take action, so I did. I organized the work to neutralize the gas that had leaked, and to treat people who had been exposed, then to clean any contaminated water and repair the damage to the soil.
And when you'd done all the heavy lifting, the bosses resurfaced, took the credit for themselves, and downplayed your role.
I was seriously pissed at the time, I won't lie. It's one of the reasons I quit that job and founded Americhem. But you know what they say, the best revenge is massive success. And look at me now.
They also say that pride goes before a fall. Kasluga tipped her head to the side.
What do you mean by that?
The gas that leaked in '69 was a product of Project Typhon. So you did know about it.
It wasn't. It was a new kind of disinfectant from the Mason chemical plant where I worked. And look, 7 people died, which makes it
1,007. Reacher took a photograph out of his briefcase and laid it on the table. Fleming had given it to him the previous afternoon. It was the wide shot of the bodies strewn out across the desolate field. You knew which chemicals to use to neutralize the gas, so you knew what kind of gas it was. That's the truth. Kasluga didn't reply. Reacher said, "In fact, it's only part of the truth. You didn't just know about the Typhon gas, you stole the formula. And when you set up Americhem, it became the basis for your first blockbuster product, in a watered-down form, your big-deal disinfectant. I bet it's one of the ones you have hanging on the wall." Reacher saw Kasluga glance at the left-hand canvas. She said,
That's a lie. I devised the formulas for Americhem's first 5 products myself, on my own, and only after I had established the company.
Reacher set a second photograph on the table, another from the leak in '69, a close-up of a victim's face. He set a third photo next to it, also a close-up of a face, with skin stained with the exact same kind of weird purple blotches. Walsh had dug it up when he threw a searchlight on Kasluga's professional life. It was in the envelope he had left at Reacher's hotel. Reacher said, "That picture was evidence when you were sued after Americhem had a gas leak." Kasluga glanced at the canvas again, but didn't say a word. Reacher said, "Same symptoms, same gas, no question." Kasluga picked up the first picture from '69.
Where did you get this?
Reacher shrugged. "I'm an investigator. I find things." Kasluga turned the photograph over. There was a stamp on the back in blue ink, pale to begin with and faded by time. Kasluga brought it closer to her face and peered at the letters.
Copyright Spencer Fleming. And a postbox number. Interesting.
"Don't try to find him. You'd be wasting your time. He's somewhere you'd never expect." Kasluga got up, crossed to one of her bookcases, and opened a cupboard that took the place of the lower 3 shelves. There was a machine inside, a document shredder. She fed the picture into it, then slammed the door.
Oops.
"That won't help you. Fleming has copies."
So what are you going to do? Arrest me? Drag the grieving widow out in handcuffs? Good luck with the optics on that one.
Reacher stood. "Not me. Not my jurisdiction. If you were in the military, you'd already be in a cell. My next meeting's with the FBI. I'm going to give them everything I have. I'm sure you'll be hearing from them soon. I just wanted to see the look on your face first." Chapter 28. Spencer Fleming was sitting on the floor, surrounded by his books and papers and files. He had taken a shower, so his hair was hanging down even lower on his back than usual. His clothes had been washed, so his shirt was brighter, and there were fewer stains on his jeans. A plate was on the desk. A sandwich was spilling over the sides, loaded with tomatoes and peppers and red onions and spinach. His favorite combination. Usually. It was out of his reach, but that was okay. He didn't have the stomach for it just then. He was too busy second-guessing himself. Change was coming. Good things were going to happen, he hoped. But before the sunshine, the storm. Reacher hadn't hidden that from him when he'd asked for his help. It was just a lot easier to be brave when he wasn't on his own. The guy at the postbox store was stubborn. He waved off Susan Kasluga's threats against him and his business. He wasn't interested in her bribes. He wouldn't budge an inch until she spotted the photograph he kept in a frame behind the counter. It showed a woman and 2 little boys, all hugs and smiles and happiness. Kasluga suggested that 2 of the men who were with her could track the trio down. She suggested a few things they could do when they caught up with them. Then the guy changed his tune. He gave up Spencer Fleming's address in a heartbeat. He even warned Kasluga that the premises it corresponded to were extremely unorthodox. He didn't want her to think he'd tried to stiff her. He didn't want her coming back. He was extremely clear about that. Kasluga's driver stopped the town car at the end of the asylum's driveway in the same spot Smith had used 6 days before. He killed the engine and climbed out. He drew his gun. The other 3 guards followed and reached for their weapons. Kasluga got out last. The 4 guys formed up around her, and they stood for a moment and stared through the fence at the building. A dark cloud hung low in the sky over the whole site. It felt like some kind of warning. The crumbling brickwork and the rusting screens over the windows seemed to scream, "Run!" Kasluga nudged the guard in front of her. She said,
"Come on, what are you waiting for?"
The guard made a gap in the fence and led the way toward the portico and the huge wooden door. He was carrying a set of bolt cutters, and he used them to slice through the padlock and knock its rusty remains loose. Then it took 2 of them to heave the doors apart far enough to squeeze through. Daylight filtered in. They could see the filthy space on the other side. Kasluga pointed at the footprints in the dust that covered the black and white floor tiles. She said,
"That way, let's go."
They stayed close and followed the track past the ruined desk and under the crusted chandelier and all the way out to the courtyard. Kasluga pointed to the line of travel trailers on the far side.
"He must be in one of them."
The drapes in the left-hand trailer were drawn, but its door was latched open. Kasluga nudged the guard and said,
"Try that one."
The guard set his foot on the bottom step. He took the next one slowly and stepped inside. He paused in the doorway, then crept forward. He disappeared from view. He was gone for a minute. 2, 3. There was no sign of him bringing Fleming out. No sign of him returning alone. Kasluga called out,
"Hey, what's going on in there? What's taking so long?"
There was no reply. She nudged the next guard.
"Go see what's happening."
The guy took the steps at a snail's pace, then rushed forward, gun raised. He vanished inside and did not reappear. A voice called out from behind them, a man's, firm, authoritative. It said, "FBI, drop your weapons, lie face down on the ground, do it now." The 2 remaining guards did as they were told. The pair who had gone into the trailer stumbled back out, disarmed, their hands cuffed behind their backs, followed by 2 agents. 4 more agents swarmed around the guys on the floor. They cuffed them, hauled them onto their feet, and dragged them away. Susan Kasluga was alone. She remained on her feet. Reacher and Amber Smith approached from the glass doorway. Smith said,
"You heard. Get on the ground."
Kasluga folded her arms. She stayed standing. Reacher stepped in close. He leaned down and loomed over her. His voice was barely more than a whisper. He said,
"I killed a woman because of you. A woman I shouldn't have. So if you think I won't take any chance to rip you to pieces..."
Kasluga brushed the ground in front of her with one foot. She lowered herself to her knees, pushed away a couple of rocks, and eased down until she was lying on her front. Smith cuffed her, then pulled her back upright and began a search. She was thorough. She checked under Kasluga's arms, around her chest, her waist, her thighs, in the seams of her clothes, even in her hair. Kasluga poked at the ground with her toe and sneered.
"So what was this about, this wild goose chase?"
Reacher said, "It's about actions speaking louder than words. Any competent lawyer could have gotten that photo I showed you excluded from a trial. The one with all the bodies from '69. There's no way to prove when it was taken, where, whether the people were really dead or just posing, whether you even knew about them. But you going to such trouble to find the photographer? That's as good as a guilty plea all day long."
"Not in a court of law."
"We're not talking about a court, or the law. Not any longer. I'm not sure society will be best served by you going to jail. Maybe there's another way for you to make amends."
"I'm listening. And I'm betting this has to do with money. How much do you want?"
Americam made you a very rich woman. You could use that money to provide for the families of the victims you left behind in India. For Morgan Sanson's wife and surviving son. For Kent Nielsen's daughters. A guy from the Treasury Department has drawn up a document. It'll make everything legal. You should sign it.
Are you insane? I'm not responsible for any of those deaths. I'm not helping those people.
How much time did you spend in chemistry labs, Susan? Because something's clearly rotted your brain. Start with India. 1,000 people died because that gas leaked. Why did it leak?
Poor maintenance.
She scuffed the dirt with her foot.
Nothing to do with me.
Everything to do with you. The maintenance was bad because you stole the money that was supposed to pay for it.
That's a lie.
You stole the formula to give your new company a head start. You stole the money, too.
I never.
The Cayman Islands, Susan. The property development company. The failed bid. The bogus lawsuit. We know about it all. Kasluga didn't respond. Reacher said, "Your stealing caused the leak, and the leak is why you had to silence Morgan Sanson."
Sanson was a sad loser who messed with the cooling equipment in a fit of temper because he wasn't good enough to get a raise. People died, and he couldn't live with it, so he killed himself.
We've read his personnel files, Susan. Safety was his concern, not pay.
Speculate all you want. I can listen to this garbage all day long, and when you're done, I can tell you one thing. I'm not going to jail because some poor people died in a gas leak, and I'm not going to jail for killing Morgan Sanson.
Maybe not, Reacher said. But you will go to jail for killing your husband. That's for damn sure. Spencer Fleming struggled to his feet. He was stooped at first, as usual. Then he forced himself to stand up straight. He couldn't remember the last time he'd cared about his posture, or that his skin hadn't been dirty, or that he'd felt carpet under his toes. He moved until he could catch his reflection in the mirror. He didn't like what he saw. He looked so different next to the people who had helped him since Reacher and Amber Smith had brought him to the hotel. His hair, his clothes. He was stuck in time, he realized. Not his fault, given that he'd been forced to live in the shadows. And not his choice. But now he could choose to change. He would have to, if he was going to take advantage of this second chance he was being offered. If it actually happened. Reacher had told him the woman most responsible for his plight would be going to jail for the rest of her life. He prayed that was true. But deep down in his gut, he didn't believe it. He couldn't. He had a premonition. She was going to skate, and he would wind up back in the asylum.
You're framing me.
Kasluga's voice was practically a shriek.
You're actually trying to frame me. It's unbelievable. You know I didn't kill Charles. You were there. You know Veronica Sanson killed him. She would have killed me too if you'd showed up a moment later.
Reacher shrugged and said, "And I used to think punctuality was a virtue." Kasluga turned to Smith.
Try to arrest me for this and I'll have my lawyer put Reacher on the stand. Make him perjure himself. He'll be the one who winds up in jail, not me.
Smith said,
"Oh, you're getting arrested."
Reacher said, "Try to keep me off the stand."
This is insane.
Kasluga raised her eyes to the sky.
You saw what those women did.
Smith grabbed her by the right arm.
Enough of the histrionics. Come on, time to go.
Kasluga instantly pulled away. Her right arm appeared from behind her back. Maybe Smith hadn't secured the cuffs properly. Maybe Kasluga's wrists were particularly narrow. But either way, she had somehow wriggled free. Her left arm appeared. She ducked down, scrabbled in the dirt, then straightened up with an object in her hand. A 4-inch nail, all bent and rusty. Kasluga twisted around behind Smith. She wrapped her right arm around Smith's head, covering her eyes. She used her left to jam the tip of the nail into Smith's neck. She hit a spot right above Smith's carotid. A drop of blood ran down her neck and soaked into her shirt. The nail was still sharp, despite the rust. That was clear. A few more ounces of pressure, and Smith would be dead. Kasluga stepped back. She dragged Smith with her and simultaneously pulled her head, stretching her neck and arching her back. She said,
"Drop the gun."
Smith did as she was told. Kasluga shifted her focus to Reacher.
"You too."
Reacher raised his hands to shoulder height, but he kept hold of his gun. It was side on to Kasluga with its muzzle pointing harmlessly at the sky. He said, "I didn't see those women do anything to your husband. He was already dead when I got there."
"Because they shot him. The younger one did."
"Did she?" Kasluga pulled back further.
"I said drop the gun."
Reacher moved the hand holding his gun a little to the side and a little lower, but he didn't let go. "I found the 2 agents, dead. Then I heard 3 shots. They were close together, in time and origin." Smith started to struggle. She tried to twist her head away from the nail, but she couldn't wriggle free. The nail just bit deeper into her skin. Kasluga said,
"Veronica had already shot the agents. Charles fired twice. He hit Roberta and killed her. He hit Veronica and knocked her down, but she survived because of her vest. She shot back at the same moment and killed Charles."
Reacher shook his head. "I heard 3 shots, then a gun hitting the ground. You shot all 3 of them. Your husband, then the women. Then you tossed your gun at your husband's feet. But you made a mistake. You didn't kill Veronica, and that almost cost you your life."
"Check the police report. See how many shells were missing from each gun."
"I did. 2 from your gun, 1 from Roberta's, 3 from Veronica's."
2 from Charles's gun, which proves what I said."
"From the gun found by Charles's body, which proves you're good. For an improvised plan, it was adequate in several respects. You asked for time alone with your husband, and you used it to switch 1 bullet from Veronica's gun into your own. You even noticed it was a different brand. You used Browning, she used Federal. So you unloaded your gun and reloaded it so that her bullet was at the bottom of the magazine."
"I did nothing while I was alone with Charles. With his body. I was too upset."
Smith started to scuffle her feet, trying to pull away. Kasluga elbowed her in the ribs, and she stopped moving. Reacher said, "You switched 1 bullet. You moved the spent cartridges. The police report noted they were in an odd position. And you wrote your husband's name on Roberta Sanson's list."
"I did not. Now drop the gun. I won't tell you again."
Reacher moved the gun a little lower, a little further forward. "Remember those words you wrote for me? Clear's Marathons? That's an anagram of Charles Stammerin. Same letters, different order. And guess what? The handwriting is a perfect match."
"Drop the damn..."
"The bigger question is, why did you write his name at all? Why not leave the list at 7 names? Why make him the 8th?
"He was the 8th. I didn't make him anything."
"Right. He was some kind of a supervisor, 7,500 miles away. He made no difference to the project day to day. Unlike the 9th person who was there, on the ground, getting their hands dirty, cleaning up after the leak, paying off the relatives and the witnesses."
"There was no 9th person."
"There was. It was you." Reacher saw Kasluga's knuckles turning white around the nail. He saw her eyes narrow, the tendons in her neck tense up. So he brought his gun the rest of the way around to the front. He was an expert marksman, with a pistol or a rifle. At that moment, the range was negligible. There was no wind, no glare. His target wasn't moving. He wasn't out of breath. There were multiple spots he could have picked with minimal risk to Smith. Kasluga's head, her shoulder, either knee, either shin, either foot. Reacher pulled the trigger. He hit Kasluga dead in the center of her right instep. She screamed, dropped the nail, and fell hard to the side. Smith stepped back and clamped her hand over her neck. Kasluga howled and curled up and clenched her teeth. She managed a strangled, "Help me." Reacher said, "Help you? The way you agreed to help those kids after you killed their parents? To help those bereaved families in India?
I was wrong.
She was gasping, barely able to breathe through the pain.
Please, I'm begging you.
I want information. 2 questions.
Anything. Just get me to a damn hospital.
Who did you call to set up Nielsen's murder?
That wasn't...
Do you want to lose your whole leg? Kasluga shook her head. Then stop lying for 10 seconds. We know who Nielsen called asking questions. That person called you. They used the number you wrote in my notebook.
That's because...
Kasluga was panting.
He was calling Charles. We lived together. Same house, same phone.
He wasn't. Charles had a whole bunch of Defense Department phone lines in that house. Those lines don't generate records. Why would he take incriminating calls on a line that did? Kasluga hissed.
Fine. David Sullivan. Vice President Client Satisfaction. Total Security Solutions. They have the American account. I have a problem, a lawsuit, someone making trouble anywhere in the world. He makes it go away.
Good. I'll give him a call. See if he can make himself go away. Now, Neville Pritchard. What was the deal with him? Kasluga let out a long, deep groan.
Hospital. You promised.
You answer first. Pritchard reported to Stammerin. We pieced that much together. So, did he recruit you in-country?
Don't make me laugh.
Kasluga whimpered for a second from the effort.
Pritchard was an idiot, a pencil pusher. I figured out what he was doing inside a day. Forced him to let me in.
You stole the money together. Split it later.
No,
That's why you gave him the bogus currency loans right after your property development scam. To funnel his share of the laundered cash to him. Kasluga nodded. Her face was pale and gleaming with sweat. When you figured that Buck had spilled his guts to the Sanson sisters, you made a call to your buddy Sullivan. Had Pritchard taken out, because he was the only one who could identify you. Kasluga managed a thin smile.
The funny thing? It was Charles who told me about the scientist getting killed. That was why I called Sullivan. Charles thought he was protecting me. He was an idiot, too.
Reacher turned and started toward the glass door. Smith hurried after him and grabbed his sleeve. She said,
Hold up. You promised we'd get her to the hospital.
I didn't say how. She can crawl to the car, or she can bleed out here. Either way's good with me.
Reacher, that's cold.
He shrugged. She really should have agreed to help those kids. Chapter 29. Reacher didn't believe in fate, but he had heard it said that the harder a person works, the luckier they become. He thought it would be fair to say he'd worked hard that day. So when he was halfway through putting on his freshly cleaned Class A uniform in preparation for Kent Nielsen's wake, and the phone in his hotel room rang, the orders he received seemed fitting. He was being sent back to Illinois with immediate effect. Irregularities had been uncovered with the inventory at the Joliet Army ammunition plant. His recent experience at the Rock Island Arsenal was expected to be valuable. And given Joliet's proximity to Chicago, he figured if he worked really hard, the case might just expand to include Agent Ottaway. The final flight to Midway Airport left in 4 hours. So Reacher decided it would be safe to show his face at the wake. There would be time to pay his last respects to Nielsen, and his new posting would be a perfect reason to leave if the whole occasion turned out to be too dire. The venue was easy enough to find. It was an old movie theater, all neon and Art Deco curves and flourishes, and it had recently been converted into a concert hall. It turned out that Nielsen had been a bit of a musician in his younger days. His thing was the flugelhorn. He was bigger on enthusiasm than technique, according to a woman who'd known him when he played. She was part of a makeshift band that had been rounded up for the evening. It included a couple of his old buddies. They had set an extra place in their semicircle on the stage and propped up a thing that looked to Reacher like a trumpet on the empty chair. Reacher gravitated to the back of the room and the first person he recognized was Spencer Fleming. Although it took a moment for Reacher to place him. His hair was still gray, but it no longer hung down on either side of his face. It was short now. It had been cut into an actual style. And he was wearing jeans and a shirt that didn't look like they were decades out of date. Reacher shook the guy's hand, and their conversation quickly turned to the future. Fleming knew Joliet, or had done in the 60s. He'd covered a story about a string of accidents at a motor racing track near there. He was hoping to be covering more stories very soon. He just needed to sort out his accommodations. The hotel hadn't worked for him, so he was back in his trailer. The FBI had arranged for it to be towed to an RV park, the same one Pritchard had been murdered in, but Fleming didn't know that. Fleming wandered away after a few minutes, and moments later, Reacher bumped into Amber Smith. She had a Band-Aid on her neck as a result of Susan Kasluga's efforts with the rusty nail, and she was wearing a black dress with heels. Reacher had only ever seen her in jeans and boots before. Another person whose appearance had changed. All part of spinning out of one orbit and moving into another, Reacher thought. A natural transition at the end of an intense case.
Heard anything about Kasluga?
Smith said. Reacher shook his head. Done anything about Sullivan, her wet work guy?
I briefed my supervisor. He said I can run with it. I have a good feeling about it. A chance to do something right again. Get my career back on track.
And outside of work? Smith shrugged.
Okay, I think. This is the first funeral I've been to since Phillips. I didn't know how it would be, but I'm handling it. Maybe time really is all I need.
Pretty soon after that, Reacher figured he'd had his fill, so he started to drift toward the exit. He bumped into Christopher Baglin and Gary Walsh. He heard the band start up for a second session. He saw a man and a woman making for the valet station with an urgent look in their eyes. And when he made it to the foyer, he nearly ran into a pair of men in dark suits who were clearly escorting some kind of a bigwig. The guy glanced at Reacher, then stopped and backtracked. He said, "Captain Reacher, I thought I might find you here. My name's John Esley, Acting Secretary of Defense. I want to thank you for what you did for my predecessor. The fact that we can mourn him as a man who did his duty, albeit in tune with the sensibilities of a bygone time, rather than condemning him as a cold-blooded murderer, is a huge comfort to me personally and to the nation. If this position becomes mine permanently, it's safe to say it won't be long until your silver bars will be gone and your oak leaves will be back." Reacher said nothing. In his experience, a verbal promise from a politician wasn't worth the paper it was written on. We hope you have enjoyed this Penguin Audio production of The Secret by Lee Child and Andrew Child, read by Jeff Harding. It was produced by Ben Carpenter at Racket Studios, London, and the post-production was by Sophie Grounage. For more Penguin Audio productions, visit us at penguin.co.uk/audio. Text copyright Lee Child and Andrew Child 2023. Copyright in recording Penguin Audio 2023. All rights reserved. The moral rights of the author have been asserted. Thanks for listening.